Chapter 34:34. The most important thing was that this group of people was very ostentatious when they came. It was impossible not to find them. Just as he left the room, Ling Xiao had already opened his Tai Chi eye. From afar, he could see that there were close to 10,000 martial artists outside the entrance of the Green Zone. Among them, there were martial artists from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty and also martial artists from the myriad countries. Excluding the miscellaneous fish, Ling Xiao saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. Koi King, Demon Eye King, Tidal Duke. Of course, there was also that Prince Tian. The Prince Tian that he had always wanted to kill. Apart from Prince Tian, the Ice Dynasty's King Imoli and the Fire Dynasty's King Zhu Chong were also there. There was another person whose aura was incomparably powerful. It was just that his entire body was wrapped in a black robe, not revealing his true appearance. But Ling Xiao believed that his strength was probably not inferior to Darkfrost. Probably the most powerful backer behind the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Ling Xiao did not know this person, but he knew that this person was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Fortunately, there was only this one, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Dragon Mother did not appear. She probably still needed to hold down the fort in the Glacier District. On the Soul Palace's side, there were naturally not as many experts as before. After all, the inner palace had been destroyed. Now, Darkfrost, Wind Soul, and War Soul led thousands of martial artists in the outer palace to form a defense, confronting the close to 10,000 people outside. The neutral martial artists in the Green Zone all maintained neutrality and did not help each other, preparing to watch the show. At this time, they were also a little nervous in their hearts. The Heavenly Emperor dynasty came to the Green Zone in such a grand manner. They were definitely not here to drink tea. Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Xiao was standing beside Prince Tian. It was just that his hands and feet were shackled, like a prisoner. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly much stronger than before. Probably after obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Prince Tian also used a lot of treasures to help him improve. As a result, Ling Xiao's current strength had already soared to the heaven-changing fate realm. His cultivation was even higher than Ling Xiao's. Originally, this was something to be happy about, but seeing Ling Xiao's restrained appearance, a ball of anger burned in Ling Xiao's heart. He also blamed himself a little. Back then, he had sent Ling Xiao as a spy because he wasn't strong enough. But how could Prince Tian be so easily deceived? Even if he was tricked, the expert behind him wouldn't. The handcuffs and shackles were obviously not simple. No, I can't let Ling Xiao stay by that guy's side any longer. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had already decided that he would take Ling Xiao back today. Boss, don't be rash. Because a trace of Ling Xiao's origin soul was in Ling Xiao's soul realm, Ling Xiao was naturally able to sense Ling Xiao's thoughts at such a close distance. Furthermore, he could even converse with him at the soul level. What is it? Ling Xiao said in surprise. Do you think I can't defeat Prince Tian? Even if I can't defeat him, with Darkfrost around, it won't be a problem. That's not the problem, Ling Xiao said. Although I'm handcuffed, to be honest, I don't care. Right now, whether it's Prince Tian or that mysterious expert, they both think I'm completely under their control. But they don't know that relying on your origin soul, I've been able to break their soul assimilation secret technique many times. Now, they're giving me large amounts of resources to cultivate every day. Furthermore, I've also obtained a lot of information from them. Boss, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not that bad right now. During the God and Devil Invitational Tournament, they will give me a spot. Once I get this spot, I will be able to join the tournament. Once I've obtained the spot, we'll enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Tomb together and kill Prince Tian and the Koi King. Wouldn't that be easier? But are you sure you'll be fine? Ling Xiao said with uncertainty. To be honest, I'm a little regretful of my decision back then. I've never regretted anything I've done in the past. Then don't regret it now. Boss, you're doing the right thing. If I had followed you back then, I'm afraid I would have been killed by now. But according to your plan, not only did I not die, but I also became incomparably strong. The stronger I am, the more I can help you, boss. Don't worry, the God Devil Invitational Tournament is only 20 days away. Boss, you can't wait, right? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me? Long Chun said with a smile. Scram, I'm not interested in that. But hearing that you can joke around, I'm relieved. It seems like you're really not doing too badly. All right, then we'll do as you say. But if there's any danger, immediately notify me. The current palace master of Soul Palace is your boss's younger sister. Ling Xiao said. Boss, you're really awesome. How many days have it been since we last met? You've already hooked up with another one? Long Chun was shocked. Hooked up my ass. Your boss's charm is called charm. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll be at the door soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he jumped onto the city wall and stood together with Dark Frost. The instant the Koi King saw Ling Xiao, a surge of resentment erupted. He simply wanted to charge up and tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Calm down, Koi King, Prince Tian said. Let's wait and see how Amoli and Zhu Chang's negotiations go. I can sense that the kid's aura is already in the 8th stratum of the life-seizing level. It's only been a short time since we last met, but his cultivation base has already risen to such a terrifying level. Not even the legacy of the Frigid Ice General could do something like that. That just goes to show how terrifyingly talented he is. You were right, Koi King. We can't let this kid live. He'll be a disaster sooner or later. Even as the words left his mouth, Prince Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. However, he was very pleased with the fact that he had taken Ling Xiao's powerful dragonfolk descendant. All he had to do was wait a bit longer to wear down the dragon's humanity, and then he could use him as a mount. That was when the dragon riders of the primeval age would be born. Furthermore, he would be much stronger than before. This was undoubtedly the most wonderful thing. Even as Prince Tian was lost in thought, Emperor Zhu Chang of the Fire Dynasty clasped hands and said, Palace Master Dark Frost, didn't you say that there was no one named Ling Xiao in the Green Quarter? Then who is he? If I say there isn't one, then there isn't one. He's my brother, Dark Frost said. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and complained, Brother, didn't I tell you to stay in your room? I'll help you deal with this bunch of rotten fish and prawns. Mingshuang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm a man. Even if I can't beat them, I'll still be able to fight them. If I don't even dare to show my face, then I'll be too cowardly. Don't worry, other than that black-robed man. It won't be easy for anyone else to hurt me, let alone kill me. Now that the Soul Hall is weak, I can't just stand by and watch. Ling Xiao patted Dark Frost's head and smiled. This scene frightened the people outside the city quite a bit. They had long heard of how terrifying the Soul Hall's Palace Master Dark Frost was. Now, someone actually dared to pat her head? That kid was dead meat. However, the blood that they had imagined did not splatter. Instead, they saw Dark Frost's shy smile. What the hell? It's broad daylight. Zhu Chang and Imoli looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and shock. Chapter 34-35. Cough cough. Palace Master Dark Frost. I know that the little thief is handsome, but you need to know that he is a despicable person. In the glacier area, he stole the inheritance of Wangua's Ice General while the Koi King was fighting with others. Then, he sneaked into the Ice Emperor's ancient tomb and stole the Ice Emperor's inheritance. That is also something that belongs to Wangua. We came to the green area today with no intention of fighting with Soul Palace. We just want to take back Wangua's things. Seeing Dark Frost being so obedient in front of Ling Xiao, Ice Dynasty's Emperor Imo Li clearly misunderstood something. He thought that Dark Frost had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's appearance. But then again, Ling Xiao was really handsome, although he was not a gigolo. But the man's heroic spirit was perfectly reflected. You talk about Wangua left and right. Why didn't that old woman dragon mother come? Who do you think you are to talk to me? Dark Frost's domineering attitude surprised Ling Xiao. The dignified Ice Dynasty's Emperor's true strength was already at the heaven-changing fate realm, not inferior to Yama at all. But in Dark Frost's eyes, it was not worth mentioning at all. Imo Li's expression changed again and again. But in the end, he did not dare to get angry. Dark Frost was a reincarnation God realm expert. She knew very well what the result would be once she made a move. Palace Master Dark Frost, Dragon Mother has already entrusted my Heavenly King dynasty to handle this matter. She even specially sent the Koi King and the Demon Eye King to assist. She gritted her teeth and said, So what? That old woman didn't come herself and let you stinky fish and shrimps make up the numbers? Before I get angry, you'd better disappear from my eyes. Otherwise, no matter how many people come today, I'll kill them all. Darkfrost's attitude was still as domineering as before. I wonder if Grand Elder Yin Shifeng is here. How about letting him come out and talk? The Fire Dynasty's Emperor Zhu Chong suddenly said. In fact, everyone in the outside world knew very well that Darkfrost was just a sign of Soul Palace, a super thug. In Soul Palace, the one who truly held power was Yin Shifeng. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time talking to Darkfrost. Instead, he wanted to talk to Yin Shifeng directly. That old thing is already dead. This time, it wasn't Darkfrost who spoke, but Ling Xiao. How dare you? I'm talking to Hall Master Darkfrost. Since when did a piece of trash like you have the right to interrupt? Zhu Cheng roared. You're the bold one. How dare you speak to my big brother Ling Xiao like that in my territory? Are you courting death? Darkfrost roared angrily. A huge ghostly hand appeared in the air and slammed towards Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng had no time to dodge, but he couldn't resist it either. They could only wait for death. This was the terrifying suppression of martial artists in the reincarnation divine realm against martial artists in the environment of many heavens. Moreover, Darkfrost was a third-level reincarnation divine realm expert. Zhu Cheng was like a child in front of her. Boom. Just when Zhu Cheng thought that he was dead for sure, a black shadow appeared in front of him and blocked the ghostly hand. It was the black-robed man who had been silent all this time. You're that heavenly king who can't see the light of day, right? Darkfrost looked at the black-robed man and said. The black-robed man didn't answer. Instead, he said directly, Hall Master Darkfrost, good move, good strength. But for a mere Ling Xiao, does Soul Hall really plan to become enemies with my Heavenly King dynasty? So what if I plan to become enemies with your Heavenly King dynasty? Darkfrost sneered. The black-robed man frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. When they came to the green zone this time, they thought of two possibilities. The first was to make a deal with Yin Shifeng and obtain Ling Xiao. The second was to threaten Soul Hall to start a war. They believed that Soul Hall wouldn't become enemies with Heavenly King dynasty for Ling Xiao. But obviously, both possibilities were wrong. Yin Shifeng didn't show up, so the deal couldn't be reached. And Soul Hall didn't seem to mind starting a war with Heavenly King dynasty. What bullshit Heavenly King dynasty? It's already something in history. Your era has long passed. Do you really think you can scare others with your past prestige? Ling Xiao looked at the black-robed man and said, I just heard Darkfrost say that you're some Heavenly King? I think it's more like Turtle King. If you have the ability, why don't you go find trouble with the Heavenly King sect? Coward. Hearing this, everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those Heavenly King dynasty martial artists who came personally with the Heavenly King. All of their eyeballs were about to pop out. Just what kind of thing was Ling Xiao to actually dare speak to their Heavenly King like that? Was he courting death? Brat, say that again? The Heavenly King looked coldly at the daring Ling Xiao, killing intent flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he had never taken this crafty brat to heart. But today, he had no choice but to look at this brat in the eye and listen to what this brat had to say. Because Darkfrost was there, even he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. So what if I said, you old turtle, son of a bitch, gutless coward, only knowing how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's a pity that your grandfather, I, am really not a pushover, you can't pinch me. Ling Xiao was not afraid of this Heavenly King at all. Although this Heavenly King was very powerful, with Darkfrost around, he had no need to fear at all. You. The Heavenly King's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He suddenly exploded, charging towards Ling Xiao. But it was also as he expected, Darkfrost made a move. He could not get close to Ling Xiao at all. However, at this time, the Fire Dynasty's Emperor, Zhu Cheng, who suffered a hidden loss from Darkfrost previously, took the opportunity to charge towards Ling Xiao. Either way, the Soul Hall only had one Darkfrost. With the Heavenly King blocking there, what was he afraid of? Really think that my Soul Hall has no one? Wind Soul rose into the air, several wind blades suddenly forming above his head, blasting towards Zhu Chong. The two of them were evenly matched in strength. Zhu Chong had no choice but to block this attack. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao moved. Choosing the perfect opportunity to attack, the whale-hunting lightning spear directly pierced through Zhu Chong's heart. This was a mid-general level secret technique. How could Zhu Chong expect that he would be ambushed while fighting with Wind Soul? Moreover, the person who ambushed him was actually Ling Xiao, whom he looked down on. At the moment before his death, his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe that this was real. The others from the Heavenly King dynasty did not believe it either. It was only when Zhu Chong's body fell to the ground outside the city that they realized that this was not an illusion, but the truth. Zhu Chong was indeed dead, and he was killed by Ling Xiao. Although it was a sneak attack, the whale-hunting lightning spear just now was used perfectly, and it was also very terrifying. Did you kill Zhu Chong? The Heavenly King stopped fighting with Dark Frost and retreated into the formation. He originally wanted to entangle Dark Frost and let the others launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. Who knew that this would be the result? That's right, I killed him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, rely on trickery and trickery? Ridiculous. Koi King, you are one of the 4 kings of the Myriad Kingdom after all. Are you also shameless? If the Dragon Shark King had not appeared in time, you trash would have been killed by me. Now you still have the face to look down on me? The Koi King had no words to refute. Although Ling Xiao should have used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength to defeat her at that time, a defeat was a defeat. There was no doubt about this. Whether she admitted it or not, it was the same. Chapter 34-36. You don't dare to speak? All right, then I'll speak. You keep saying that I stole something from Wanghua? What a joke. In this immemorial divine tomb, there are thousands of treasures, all of which are ownerless. Whoever gets it belongs to whoever gets it. The 2 treasures that I seized with my own ability are mine. How dare Tato Land say that I snatched something from you? Could it be that this immemorial divine tomb was opened by your Wanghua? Or is it your Heavenly Emperor dynasty? Do you dare to say that? Even the owner of the God Devil token did not dare to say such words. If you want to take the 2 treasures from me, just say it. Why are you so hypocritical and play the role of a righteous person? Aren't you ashamed? Ling Xiao's impassioned and sarcastic words made the faces of the people from Heavenly Emperor Dynasty and Wanghua turn ugly. Although what he said was true, there weren't many who dared to say that in front of the Heavenly King. Even the people from Soul Palace were sweating for Ling Xiao. Although he had Dark Frost protection, there was always a chance. Those neutral martial artists found it interesting. They liked to see Ling Xiao fight with those self-righteous old fellows. Previously, it was Yin Shifeng. Now it was the Heavenly King. Heh, since you understand so well, then it's easy to talk about it. The Heavenly King didn't seem to care about his face anymore. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, what was the use of face? He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, That's right. We came here this time to seize the Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Ice General's inheritance from you. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, with this army of tens of thousands attacking the Green Zone, I believe that Soul Palace will not take such a huge risk for you alone. At that time, your tragedy will come. In other words, you think that my strength is weaker than yours, so you plan to take the 2 treasures from me? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad, you're quite smart. How about it? For the sake of everyone, you should know what to do, right? The Heavenly King thought that he had scared Ling Xiao and said proudly, I do. That is to slaughter all the Sky Emperor Dynasty martial artists who came here today. Ling Xiao said indifferently, There are some things you don't have a choice about. The Sky Emperor Dynasty martial artists who came here today were here for him. Even if he didn't want to kill him, it was impossible, unless he gave them what they wanted, or he died. However, he was not a coward. Since the other party was being unreasonable, there was no need for him to be reasonable. Everyone should just fight. Let's see who's stronger. You? The Heavenly Monarch sneered and said, It's not that this old man is looking down on you, but with your strength, you can only rank below average in my Sky Dynasty. In my Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, there are many people who can kill you. You're not talking about Zhu Chong, are you? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I think the Fire Dynasty's Emperor Zhu Chong's strength should be at the peak of the Heavenly King Dynasty. Other than those who had not broken through to the Reincarnation Divine Realm, it was likely that the others were really not his match. He's already dead, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Have you gone senile? You're impudent. Suddenly, the Heavenly Monarch released a terrifying aura without any warning, rumbling towards Ling Xiao. Darkfrost attempted to block it for Ling Xiao, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. It's not a frontal attack. Just this kind of pure aura pressure is not enough to hurt me. Actually, Ling Xiao was wild with joy in his heart. The Heavenly Monarch's aura was terrifying to the extreme, so much so that it pressed space until it distorted and deformed. The city walls also began to collapse. The bricks shattered. But it was precisely this kind of terrifying pressure that made the potential in Ling Xiao's body sense danger and started to vent crazily. A large amount of potential was released, making Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy start to rise again. Such a good opportunity. How could Ling Xiao possibly miss it? Hence, he did not let Dark Frost help. Courting death. Originally, the Heavenly Monarch thought that this move of his would not work because Dark Frost would definitely intervene. Who knew that this time, Dark Frost actually did not make a move at all. The Heavenly Monarch was overjoyed. Although he couldn't destroy Ling Xiao, the two of them were vastly different. However, there was a huge gap between their cultivations. He believed that he could definitely suppress Ling Xiao with his aura alone. An even more terrifying aura surged out of him. Sand and pebbles began to swirl around him. Rumble. The city walls finally collapsed. The martial artist from the Hall of Souls near Ling Xiao had long since fled, leaving only Dark Frost standing there, her expression the same as ever. And yet, despite the terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao didn't even frown. His body glowed with earthen yellow light, within which was the vague image of a black turtle. Ling Xiao wasn't using any of his true energy. With the strength of his fleshly body and the potential within him, he was able to stand up to the Heavenly Monarch's aura. The Heavenly Monarch's delight turned into shock. He simply couldn't believe that a measly 8th Division life-sizer could stand up to him like Mount Tai. Good lad. It seems that this old man has really underestimated you. But do you really think that's enough to stand up to my power? Heavensward Slaughter Domain. Finally, the Heavenly Monarch unleashed the Heavensward Slaughter Domain, one of the legacies of the Heavensward Emperor. The Heavensward Slaughter Domain had many uses, but the most important was that it could strengthen a martial artist's aura. The Heavenly Monarch's purpose in unleashing the Heavensward Slaughter Domain was to intimidate Ling Xiao, not to attack. This was because he realized that if he took the initiative to attack, he would be stopped by Ming Shuang again. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth had become a world of swords. Killing intent surged. The terrifying aura stirred up a cloud of dust. It was as terrifying as a typhoon. However, when the dust settled, Ling Xiao was still standing there, a faint smile on his face. The Heavenly Monarch was sure that Dark Frost hadn't attacked. How had Ling Xiao managed to resist the Heavensward Slaughter Domain's aura? The Heavenly Monarch couldn't understand. Have you gone senile, Heavenly Monarch? You have the Heavensward Slaughter Domain, and I have the Frigid Domain. If you can strengthen your aura, why can't I? As soon as Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out, everyone realized what was going on. However, something didn't seem right. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was far below the Heavenly Monarch's. Even if he could unleash the Frigid Domain, how could he possibly stand up to the Heavenly Monarch's aura? Actually, their suspicions were reasonable. In that moment, Ling Xiao had unleashed the aura of his tyrannical heaven martial soul. The tyrannical heaven martial soul represented the profound heaven universe. No matter how strong the Heavenly Monarch's aura was, he would be powerless in front of it. I've finally reached 100%. All I need is an opportunity to reach the 9th level of life seizing. Ling Xiao was very happy. Although it had been a bit risky, it was definitely worth it. Get on your knees, you bastard! The Heavenly Monarch roared, his aura surging. And yet, Ling Xiao didn't break. Although he was swaying back and forth like bamboo in the wind, he didn't break. Nor did he fall to the ground. Get on my knees? You think too highly of yourself. A has-been heavenly monarch is worse than a dog. Only trash like him would kneel to you. I, Ling Xiao, am not that cheap. Ling Xiao sneered. Chapter 34-37. Ling Xiao was actually speaking calmly amidst the violent winds and huge waves. This made the heavenly king feel incomparably humiliated. He also felt waves of anger. The Soul Hall martial artists laughed loudly following Ling Xiao's mocking voice. What a has-been heavenly king, inferior to a dog. Truly inferior to a dog. In any case, this Sky Dynasty clearly did not give their Soul Hall any face. So why should they give face to this old thing, the Heavenly King? Such mockery and laughter made the Heavenly King's face become increasingly gloomy like ink. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the first time he personally set out to handle this matter would actually be such a failure. Unable to fight, unable to intimidate Ling Xiao with his aura, the Heavenly King's old face could be considered completely lost today. Fortunately, he did not show his face, only wrapped in that pitch-black robe, completely concealing his true appearance. Otherwise, it would probably be even more embarrassing. Dark Frost, what on earth are you trying to do? Do you really plan to become enemies with my Heavenly King dynasty? The Heavenly King's eyes were filled with anger. Even if he was usually calm and composed, today, he somewhat could not control the killing intent in his heart. Dark Frost was clearly deliberately protecting Ling Xiao. Even a fool could see this. If he did not solve the problem of Dark Frost, wanting to kill Ling Xiao today was simply a fool's dream. Is your Heavenly King dynasty very impressive? I remember that other than the Heavenly King, doesn't the Heavenly King dynasty still have a King Zhong? Why didn't I see him today? Is he hiding? Or do you think that my Soul Hall is not qualified to have two kings appear at the same time? Dark Frost said in a clear voice. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being the Soul Hall's Hall Master. This king was originally unwilling to show his face, but I didn't expect that he was still detected by you. Amidst the loud laughter, a door appeared in the void, and a person walked out of the door. His age looked to be only 30 or 40 years old, but his strength should not be weaker than the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King alone might not be Dark Frost's match, but if he joined forces with King Zhong, it was really hard to say. For the first time, Ling Xiao frowned. He really did not detect this King Zhong. Since Palace Master Dark Frost has seen through our plan, let's cut to the chase. Today, we don't want Ling Xiao's life. He just needs to hand over the memory medal of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. As for whether or not he has comprehended the Ice Emperor's inheritance, we will not pursue it any further. As for the inheritance of the Frost General, we don't have to care about it. Prince Zhong was clearly calmer than the Heavenly King. The Heavenly King didn't say anything at this time, as if he was willing to listen to Prince Zhong solve this problem. Dark Frost sneered. It sounds like you've suffered a great loss. Do you really think you can eat my soul palace? Today, I'll say it right here. My big brother Ling Xiao is right here. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll take their life. As for the Ice Emperor's legacy that you want, that will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Actually, I've long wanted to experience Heavenly King and Prince Zhong's skills, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Hearing this, Prince Zhong's brows furrowed. He felt that he had already given Dark Frost enough face. But now, it still didn't seem to make sense. It could be seen that not only did Dark Frost want to protect Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to protect the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Made sense. It was impossible for any major faction to easily hand over the ancient emperor's inheritance after obtaining it. Prince Zhong, why is there a need to talk nonsense with that girl? She's already steeled her heart to protect that Ling Xiao. Why don't you and I join hands and eliminate her? The Heavenly King's temper was clearly more irritable. To him, there was already nothing much to say about this matter. As long as he killed Dark Frost, wouldn't Ling Xiao be at their disposal? Big brother. Wait a moment. What Prince Zhong thought was more than the Heavenly King. He did not know what happened in the Green Zone, and also did not know if Yin Shifeng was really dead. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Soul Palace still had 3 old undying fellows alive. If they really fought head-on, they might not be able to gain anything. One had to know, In the entire western region, the strongest were the Soul Palace and myriad countries. Their Heavenly King dynasty could not compare to these two at all. The Heavenly King forcefully suppressed his anger and nodded. Normally, he was still more willing to listen to the words of his second brother, Prince Zhong. It was the same today. Hall Master Darkfrost, Ling Xiao is merely a nobody. Are you really going to let the two major factions of the western region fight to the death for him? Prince Zhong looked at Darkfrost and said coldly, "Firstly, whether Big Brother Ling Xiao is a nobody or not, it's not up to you guys to decide. If he's considered a nobody, then what are the Mirror Devil King and the Koi King, who were defeated by him? Trash? Secondly, even if Big Brother Ling Xiao is really a nobody, so what? He's my brother now. If you guys want to touch him, you're making an enemy of me." Darkfrost's attitude was very clear. There was no hesitation or wavering at all. Hallmaster Darkfrost, doing this doesn't seem appropriate, right? For this person, you want to sacrifice the entire Soul Palace? Prince Zhong said again, "Tell me, is it worth it for Big Brother Ling Xiao?" Darkfrost said loudly, "It's worth it." Only the Outer Palace martial artists were left of the Soul Palace. These people revered Darkfrost and thanked Ling Xiao for saving them from the abyss of suffering. Therefore, there was nothing to say about Ling Xiao. In order to protect Ling Xiao, they were willing to fight. Darkfrost smiled at Prince Zhong and said, "If the two of you aren't completely senile, you should be able to understand what they're saying, right? Ling Xiao is not only my benefactor, he's also the entire Soul Palace's benefactor. He's not only the highest guest elder of my Soul Palace, he's also my Soul Palace's benefactor. If my Soul Palace gives up on him because of a few threats from your Heavenly Emperor dynasty, how will my Soul Palace establish itself in the Western region in the future?" At this point, Darkfrost's voice suddenly turned cold. "Telling you guys to scram is already giving you face. Since you guys don't understand human language and aren't willing to scram, then I'll let you know. Next, I'll let you guys understand the consequences of offending my Soul Palace and offending me, Darkfrost. Soul-devouring domain." Darkfrost released the soul-devouring domain. In an instant, it filled the entire battlefield and enveloped everyone from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. At that moment, even Prince Zhong and the Heavenly Emperor had solemn expressions. There was no need to talk about the rest. Most of them collapsed on the ground, trembling in fear. Even Prince Tian and the Koi King knelt on one knee, their faces filled with anger and fear. Although Darkfrost still showed mercy in the end and didn't kill anyone, this kind of intimidation caused the arrogant Heavenly Emperor dynasty martial artists to completely wilt. "Palace Master is mighty. Heavenly Emperor dynasty's grandsons, come and fight if you have the ability. How can my Soul Palace be afraid of you? We swear to protect Soul Palace with our lives. We swear to protect our benefactor's life with our lives. Kill, kill, kill." Although there weren't many people left in Soul Palace, they were more united than before. In a sense, the current Soul Palace was actually stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Prince Zhong and the Heavenly Emperor both frowned. In their impression, the relationship between Soul Palace's Inner Palace and Outer Palace had always been at odds. How did they become so united now? It was truly puzzling. However, the others wouldn't think so much. Many Heavenly Emperor dynasty martial artists were already filled with righteous indignation. Chapter 34-38. How could they not be angry when they were insulted by Ling Xiao and the people of Soul Palace? If not for the fact that King Zhong and the Heavenly King had not given the order, they would have started fighting. Originally, they came to the Green Zone with the purpose of starting a war. Ling Xiao was glad that he had killed all the people in the Inner Palace. Otherwise, there would not be a situation where they supported him. Many of those fellows in the Inner Palace wished for him to die. "Girl, can you stop King Zhong and the Heavenly King?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked in a low voice. "No problem." Darkfrost nodded confidently. The Heavenly King's cultivation should be at the second level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Both of them are not as strong as me. Not to mention stopping them. As long as I fight well, winning won't be a problem. All right, since that's the case, I won't be polite. There are too many of them, and it will be troublesome in the end. Today, let's eliminate them at a fixed location. After confirming Darkfrost's opinion, Ling Xiao looked at the people of the Heavenly King dynasty and said, "A bunch of cowards without balls. Since you want the Ice Empress inheritance, just come and take it. If I even frown, then I'll kill you. If I frown, I won't be Ling Xiao. Zhu Chong has been killed, but you guys don't even dare to move. Let me ask the two kings of the Heavenly King dynasty, do you have anything below? Are you all eunuchs? Show some manliness." Ling Xiao's sarcasm and provocation only had one purpose, and that was to fight with the other party. Take the opportunity to get rid of those small fries. Don't underestimate these small fries. When they reached the Western region, they were all experts. For the future of the Eight Immortals country, he had to make preparations early. Of course, if he could take the opportunity to kill one or two big fishes like Zhu Chong, it would be good too. His words were really ear-piercing. Normally, people with a bit of temper would not be able to stand it. Furthermore, people's tempers were not very good these days, and they were all more irritable. The pressure of survival in life caused a ball of fire in everyone's body. This ball of fire was really easy to ignite. Bullshit. Finally, someone roared. That was Prince Tian. As the future successor of the Sky Emperor Empire, he possessed the inheritance of the Sky Sword Emperor and was known as the #1 person among the younger generation. Prince Tian had his own pride. How could he endure such humiliation? The rest of the people had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with anger, as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Now that this brat has matured, he's actually becoming more and more arrogant and hateful, actually slandering the good men of my Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Everyone, tell me, should we kill him or not? The Emperor roared. Kill. Countless people responded. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor dynasty's martial artists already threw King Zhong and Heavenly King to one side. Anger had completely blinded their minds, making it impossible for them to calm down and think about anything. Right now, they only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Coupled with Prince Tian's shout, the fire in everyone's heart was ignited. Although the Koi King was not a member of the Celestial Dynasty, her expression was similarly ugly. She and Heavenly King Zhong were engaged to begin with. Furthermore, after what had happened in the past, she hated Ling Xiao to the bone and didn't want to see him get so smug. Heavenly King Zhong didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with what he was saying. Given his temperament, since things had already reached this point, there was no way he could continue. There was no way he could continue the discussion. He simply could not endure such humiliation. King Zhong's expression wasn't very good either. If word got out that they were being humiliated by a member of the younger generation and didn't dare to do anything about it, how could they maintain their standing? People would think they were afraid of the Hall of Souls. It was at this point that a figure appeared next to King Zhong. It was a woman, and although her looks weren't particularly outstanding, she had an incomparable air about her. Lung Qiuyin. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw through this woman. His Tai Chi eye caught a trace of the woman's aura. There was no mistaking it. She really was Lung Qiuyin. Although she seemed to be in the 8th division of the life-seizing level after possessing this body, there was no mistaking it. But there was no mistaking it. Lung Qiuyin leaned over and whispered something into King Zhong's ear, causing him to look delighted. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie? Who do you think I am? Lung Qiuyin said coolly. Good. Very good. So, the inner sanctum and outer sanctum are having internal strife. Now, the outer sanctum is the only one left. Earlier, King Zhong had been worried that the 3 old bastards would show up, but now, he wasn't worried at all. Those 3 old bastards were from the inner sanctum. Even if they did show up, they would only view the outer sanctum as enemies. They would never make an enemy of the inner sanctum. Big brother, let's fight, King Zhong said. Today, we'll destroy the Hall of Souls. Not only will we take the legacy of the Ice Emperor, but we'll also take the legacy of the Soul Emperor. King Zhong looked over at King Zhong. I was waiting for you to say that. Everyone, heed my orders. Attack. King Zhong shouted, waving his hand. Girl, you hold those 2 back. I'll handle the others. Tell the Hall of Souls to guard the entrance. The spell formation I set up yesterday will make it impossible for them to break in. Ling Xiao looked over at Darkfrost, then suddenly vanished. Unbounded, Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul. Shadow Warrior. Of course, the best way to kill someone was to blend into the crowd. Seeing Ling Xiao vanish, Dark Frost charged forward. She headed directly toward King Zhong and King Zhong. It was at this point that the air suddenly filled with blood-red light. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao had unleashed the Bloodthirsty Plague as soon as he entered the crowd. Under the influence of the Bloodthirsty Plague, King Zhong and Heavenly King would be somewhat affected. Of course, the effect was small, but to Dark Frost, it was definitely going to be of some help. As for the others, they were even more miserable. In the blink of an eye, 6th or 7th stage life seizers were killed by the Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague wasn't just a divine ability used to weaken opponents. In essence, it was a continuous attack. Only when Ling Xiao was dealing with opponents stronger than him would he be able to weaken them. When dealing with opponents weaker than him, he would either die instantly or be tortured to death. 6th or 7th stage life seizers were a far cry from Ling Xiao's unbounded, Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Naturally, they would die instantly. As for 8th stage life seizers, they would groan in pain and be on the verge of death. 9th stage life seizers were a bit better off. They would have to expend 70 to 80% of their energy to keep the Bloodthirsty Plague under control. Life seizers would have to expend 20 to 30% of their energy to keep the Bloodthirsty Plague under control. As for reincarnation deities, they might not even need to expend 10% of their energy, but they would still be weakened. After the Bloodthirsty Plague was the Shadow Warrior's assassination attempt. Ling Xiao was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing into the crowd. Every time he appeared, someone would be killed. Almost all of the victims were 9th stage life seizers. Chapter 34-39. Dog Thief, You Dare. Only now did King Zhong and Heavenly King realize what kind of mistake they had made. They had underestimated Ling Xiao too much. Apart from them, no one else present could restrain Ling Xiao in a short period of time. Even the Koi King and Prince Tian could not do it. Lung Qiuyan had already fled. She understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was the most and knew that her current strength was not enough to contend with Ling Xiao. Therefore, when the battle began, she chose to slip away. Facing Heavenly King's roar, Ling Xiao completely ignored it and continued to kill decisively. Over there, Soul Hall's martial artists cheered and shouted. They originally thought that today's battle would be very difficult, but in reality, they had not been threatened at all. Heavenly King and King Zhong were already entangled by Dark Frost. Neither side could win in a short time. Although Prince Tian and the Koi King were anxious to restrain Ling Xiao, whether it was speed or eyesight, they were inferior to Ling Xiao. They could only stare helplessly. Moreover, the two were also affected by the Bloodthirsty Rat Plague. Their current combat strength was not at their peak. Retreat. Suddenly, King Zhong roared, "Retreat immediately." He realized that today's underestimation of the enemy had caused them to make a big mistake. But as long as they protected the Koi King and Prince Tian, there was nothing to be afraid of. In the Godfiend Invitational, Ling Xiao had no way of avoiding Prince Tian and the Koi King. He could only fight head-on. He did not believe that at that time, Ling Xiao could still play this kind of trick. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of ability is bullying those weaklings? Although King Zhong and Heavenly King had already given the order to retreat, the Koi King was still indignant in her heart. She came this time to collect a debt. The encounter in the Ice Emperor's ancient tomb made her incomparably angry and embarrassed. Now that her cultivation had broken through, the first thing she thought of was to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Do you want to die that much? Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Koi King. His cold face revealed a mocking expression. You should be the one dying. When the Koi King saw Ling Xiao, he was immediately enraged. He raised his hand and blasted out a palm strike. He used his best beginner general realm martial arts technique. Petty tricks. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and also blasted out a palm. However, it was only a martial technique at the peak of the general realm, Ghost Deity Seal. Using a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level against a martial arts technique at the primary king level? Is that kid stupid? The Koi King had such a thought in his mind, but he did not say it out loud. Since Ling Xiao was courting death, there was no need for her to be polite. However, after the two of them collided, they were actually evenly matched. Both of them took 2 steps back before they could stand firm. What? The Koi King's expression changed drastically. He had used a primary king tier martial arts technique to attack his opponent, but his opponent had easily neutralized his attack with a peak general tier martial arts technique. When did this brat become so terrifying? It's not over yet. What are you spacing out for? Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art. Ling Xiao had completely treated the Koi King as his practice target and blasted out a primary king tier martial arts technique. The Koi King hastily responded. His strongest martial arts technique was the primary general tier. How could he block Ling Xiao's attack? A rumbling sound was heard. The Koi King's palm strike was shattered. The Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword was like a dragon drilling into the Koi King's throat. Koi King, be careful. The one who attacked was Prince Tian. After all, the Koi King was his fiancée, and he had to protect her. Prince Tian was still stronger than the Koi King. After all, he had the Sky Sword inheritance, and naturally, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, Prince Tian did not use the Sky Sword inheritance's attack method when he was dealing with Ling Xiao. Instead, he used his best beginner king tier martial arts technique. How much stronger do you think you are compared to her? When Ling Xiao saw that Prince Tian was blocking, he did not retreat. Instead, he struck out again. Ling Long's Saintly Celestial Sword Art. When both swords struck out, their power increased tenfold. So what if Prince Tian was stronger than the Koi King? The two sword chi merged into one and bombarded Prince Tian's sword. Prince Tian retreated in a sorry state. Not only did he fail to block the attack for the Koi King, but he also sent the Koi King flying. The two of them fell dozens of meters away. Damn it! Prince Tian felt humiliated. He was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao to this extent. How could he accept this? A terrifying power suddenly burst out from his body. It was clearly the power of the Sky Sword inheritance. Alright, now is not the time. It won't be too late to deal with this kid when the God and Devil Invitational Tournament begins. At this moment, Heavenly King had already rushed over, grabbed Prince Tian and the Koi King, and flew away. At the same time, King Zhong also grabbed the Demon Eye King and Long Chun to escape. They did not care about the rest of the people. For a moment, the Heavenly King dynasty's army was in chaos. Those who were killed, and those who fled. Tens of thousands of people came, but less than 1,000 left alive. Outside the Green Zone city gate, a pile of corpses was thrown. Seeing this, Soul Hall's martial artists were extremely excited. The 4 major factions had always been competing and opposing each other in the western region. Heavenly King Dynasty was trying to restore, and Soul Hall was also trying to rise. There was no lack of friction between the two factions. But all this time, Soul Hall had never gained any advantage. Due to internal disunity, Heavenly King Dynasty had taken advantage of them several times. Today, they were finally able to vent their anger. Under Ling Xiao and Dark Frost's heroic display, Heavenly King Dynasty's martial artists could only flee in a sorry state, leaving behind a pile of corpses. Now, at least in this immemorial divine tomb, Heavenly King Dynasty could no longer pose a threat to Soul Hall. Ling Xiao was thrown up by the people like a hero, and in the hearts of Soul Hall's martial artists, Ling Xiao's status was getting higher and higher. His image was also getting bigger. This also laid a very good foundation for the future merger of 8 Immortals Kingdom and Soul Hall. Alright, stop messing around. Immediately repair the city wall. This green zone is our Soul Hall stronghold. It can't be destroyed. Darkfrost saw that it was about time and ordered. Everyone naturally agreed without hesitation. Outside the city, only Ling Xiao and Darkfrost were left. Brother Ling Xiao, you're really something. You made those 2 old guys so angry that they almost vomited blood. They came all the way here for your Ice Emperor's inheritance, but in the end, not only did they not get anything, but they also lost many subordinates. Instead, many of his subordinates' lives were lost. I'm sure he won't let this matter rest. Darkfrost smiled bitterly. I know, but they've already come to find me. What else can I do? I can't be a coward. Don't worry, give me some more time. When my cultivation breaks through, even Heavenly King and King Zhong may not be able to stop me. Ling Xiao chuckled, full of confidence. Dark Frost, of course, believes in you, brother. But there's one more thing. King Zhong is different from Heavenly King. He should be 35 years old. In other words, in this God-Devil Invitational Tournament, he has the qualifications to participate. Brother, you have to be careful. So, big brother, you have to be careful. If you meet him, just admit defeat. Anyway, the top 18 will all qualify. Chapter 3440. So you're saying that King Zhong is even more difficult to deal with than Prince Tian? That's right. King Zhong is very cunning. He's the most difficult person to deal with in the Celestial Dynasty. Dark Frost nodded confidently. Actually, in addition to King Zhong, there is another person in the Myriad Kingdoms who is second only to Dragon Mother. Isn't that King Dragon Shark? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No. King Dragon Shark is the strongest person in the Myriad Kingdoms under the age of 20. But you should know that the God Devil Invitational invites martial artists under the age of 40. One of them is called Kong. It's a very ordinary name, but that guy is very troublesome. He's probably a reincarnation god. Dark Frost reminded him. Kong? What's so special about his martial soul, other than his cultivation base? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. I heard that Kang's martial soul is a strange martial soul called a directional martial soul. It ensures that his attacks will always hit the target. The maximum distance could reach 1,000 meters. No one can avoid his attacks. They can only meet him head-on. Dark Frost explained. That martial soul is really convenient. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. In the face of such a martial soul, speed was meaningless. Thankfully, he had the Xuanwu god body. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. So, big brother Ling Xiao, there are still 20 days left. What do you plan to do? Continue to cultivate? Dark Frost asked. Of course. When the God Devil Invitational comes, I need to reach the 9th level of life seizing at the very least. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Although Ling Xiao had made the Koi King and Prince Tian suffer a loss in the battle today, Ling Xiao was still able to defeat them. But that didn't make him arrogant and complacent. Now that he had exposed his true strength, he knew that his opponents would only get stronger in the next 20 days. If he wanted to maintain his advantage, he had to continue to find ways to break through and get stronger. If you need any help, big brother Ling Xiao, just say the word. I'll send people to find what you need. Also, you don't know where the God Devil Invitational is being held, right? Dark Frost asked. Speaking of which, I really don't know. Ling Xiao truly did not know much about this God-Fiend Invitational. Don't worry, Wind Spirit has already investigated thoroughly. The God and Devil Invitational Tournament will be held in the God and Devil City. That was where the owner of the Fiend God token lived. That place didn't belong to any of the 10 districts. Moreover, there were many experts. It belongs to the latter half of the immemorial divine tomb. It's close to the 4 regions. Dark Frost replied, Why does it sound like the owner of this God-Devil token is a watchdog? Are you the gatekeeper for the 4 major regions? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's possible. If the Western regions is a prison, then the immemorial divine tomb is the execution ground. The place where the owner of the Fiend God token is at is the prison's exit. Dark Frost said, The owner of the Fiend God token is already capable of destroying the entire Western region, let alone the true experts of the other 4 regions. Therefore, after thousands of years, the Western regions could only do things with their tails between their legs. So many people died every year, but they didn't even dare to ask why. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little touched. In other words, even if he knew where the exit of the Forbidden Land of Death was, if he couldn't defeat the owner of the Fiend God token, everything would be in vain. It seemed that he couldn't think about unnecessary things. The most important thing at the moment was still to improve his strength. There was nothing much to say. In the following time, Ling Xiao began to sweep through the 10 districts of the immemorial divine tomb. Therefore, in the last 20 days, a legend began to spread in the immemorial divine tomb. There was a terrifying humanoid monster that roamed the 10 districts of the immemorial divine tomb, specifically picking on powerful monsters. This humanoid monster seemed to become stronger every time it killed a powerful monster. It was just like the legendary devourer beast. There were many warriors who saw him, and there was once a team of warriors who were very strong overall. There was even a destiny-changing realm warrior team who tried to hunt him down. In the end, they were all wiped out. The legend spread extremely quickly. Later on, when warriors saw this monster, they were all afraid to avoid him. Of course, the humanoid monster they were talking about was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spent nearly 18 days frantically looking for opponents. On the 19th day, he returned to the green zone. He was really like the legendary humanoid monster, and his beard had grown a lot. Back in the green zone, he tidied himself up before heading to the Divine Devil City with Dark Frost, Du Hun, and Zhan Hun. Dark Frost, Du Hun, and Zhan Hun were the participants of the Soul Hall. As for Wind Soul, he stayed. After all, he was already past his age. In addition, the green zone also needed someone to guard it, so it was naturally appropriate for Wind Soul to stay. In order to let Wind Soul stay in the green zone with more peace of mind, Ling Xiao also gave him the memory medal of the Soul Emperor's inheritance to comprehend. As for how much he could comprehend, it would depend on his luck. The inheritance of the 8 great ancient emperors was not unique. There could be many people who could comprehend it, but there could only be one orthodox successor, and that was the person who wielded the weapon. For example, Ling Xiao had the Ice Age, Dark Frost had the Soul-Devouring Wand, and Prince Heaven had the Heaven Sword. Excuse me for asking, but has young hero Ling already broken through? Along the way, Du Hun couldn't help but ask. No way. Didn't he just break through to the 8th stage of life seizing? How could he break through again in 20 days? It took me 2 full years to break through from the 8th to the 9th division of the life seizing level. If I wasn't a genius, I wouldn't have been given the title of Zhan Hun. Zhan Hun couldn't help but say, Idiot. Idiot, that's only for you. It shouldn't be a problem for young hero Ling, Zhan Hun laughed. Is that true? Zhan Hun asked, looking at Ling Xiao in surprise. Ling Xiao nodded. The truth was that he had already broken through 10 days ago. After all, thanks to the might of the heavenly kings, his sea of power had been raised to 100%. He wasn't far from breaking through. Later on, he had encountered a number of experts. There were monsters and martial artists. Because of that, he had not only broken through, but also raised his sea of power to 90%. The next breakthrough wasn't far away, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. If he did, Zhan Hun would be depressed to death. They were the same kind of people who cultivated the same way, but the gap between them was huge. Heavens, you're a monster. You really are a monster. At this rate, Prince Heaven won't be a match for you. The only people you need to be careful of are Duke Zhong, Kong, and the Linglong Saintess. Zhan Hun said excitedly. Who's the Linglong Saintess? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The Linglong Saintess is the holy maiden of the Linglong Palace, and the #1 genius of the Alliance of Vengeance. Compared to Feng Fei, who just rose to prominence, she has better aptitude and strength. She's on the same level as Duke Zhong and Kong. More importantly, she's only 20 years old. Zhan Hun sighed with emotion. Chapter 3441. Why are you sighing? Our temple master is only 13 years old, but he's already at the 3rd level of the reincarnation divine realm. He's much more powerful than that saintess. War Soul said in annoyance. That's true, War Soul said with a smile. It turns out that there are so many experts. I'm even more excited now. But there's a question I've always wanted to ask. What's the exact situation of the God Fiend Invitational? How do we fight? Ling Xiao had always been curious about this. He had participated in many martial competitions, but the rules were different, so there was no harm in understanding it in advance. He had been busy cultivating before and did not take these things to heart. But now that he was ready to go to Xuanwu Lake, he had to ask first. Otherwise, it would be depressing if he was in the dark. The rules are actually very simple. First, we have to determine the 18 people who will enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Each of the 9 Supremes of the Western region will send 3 people, so there will be 27 people in the end. But this is not everyone. According to the situation in previous years, the owner of the God-Fiend token will send 10 people. These 10 people have entered the Archean Divine Mausoleum before, but they did not go out and became the subordinates of the owner of the God-Fiend token. But they are still martial artists of the Western region and have the qualifications to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. So in fact, there are a total of 37 people competing for the 18 spots. Dark Frost explained. How do you compete? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, it's a chaotic battle. Otherwise, it's a waste of time to fight one-on-one. But this chaotic battle is also very particular. In the suburbs of the God-Fiend city, there is a cave that leads to the world of the dead. It is said that any martial artist who died in the Archean Divine Mausoleum will exist in the form of an undead in that small world. The martial artist will be sent to the world of the dead for a chaotic battle. The final 18 people will have the qualifications to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Dark Frost continued to explain. In order to figure out the rules of the God-Fiend Invitational, Dark Frost had put in a lot of effort during this period. After all, it was not only related to her, but also related to her most cherished brother Ling Xiao. A battle of life and death? Ling Xiao asked. That's not the case. To the Western region's 9 Supremes, those they send are all experts and geniuses. No one wanted their men to die. It was the same for the owner of the Fiend God token. The interesting thing was that this world of the dead had a special rule. As long as a martial artist suffered more than what his body could handle, he would be immediately teleported out. It was as if they did not accept the dead from the outside. However, there was one thing that was different. This only applied to battles between martial artists. If you're killed by the undead inside, then you're really dead. Dark Frost replied, Oh, I understand. If that's the case, the 18 people should be decided very quickly. What happens after the decision is made? Ling Xiao asked again. Because the top 3 will be heavily rewarded by the owner of the Fiend God token, there will still be 18 people fighting each other. The top 3 will be decided in the end. Dark Frost replied, I'm more or less clear. In other words, the first round of the chaotic battle is the most crucial. As long as I can stand out, even if I can't enter the top 3, I can still enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Ling Xiao had a plan in his mind. In the first round of the chaotic battle, there is no doubt that the 4 forces of the Avenging Alliance will join forces. That's what they did before. In this way, they will have a union of 12 people. The Myriad Kingdom and the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty will also join forces. In this way, they will also have a union of 9 people. The most terrifying thing is that King Zhong and Nkong are both among these 9 people. Our Soul Hall is the weakest, with only 3 people. Dark Frost said worriedly, Girl, you're wrong. Isn't there still my 8 Immortals Kingdom? The 3 people from our 8 Immortals Kingdom will definitely surprise you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, There are 6 of us. Although there aren't many people, with you here, it won't be a problem at all. Speaking of which, who are the other 2 people from the 8 Immortals Kingdom? We haven't seen them yet. Do Hun asked curiously. You've already seen Xiao Jin. As for the other person, she's called Cold Plum. She's not weaker than Xiao Jin at all. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had already thought about the participants of the 8 Immortals Kingdom, but Cold Plum and Xiao Jin would not fight for the time being. He would be fully responsible for the first round of the free-for-all. The 2 of them only needed to cultivate diligently. As for the 18-person ranking competition, the 2 of them would not participate because it was meaningless. The key was what would happen after entering the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Who would have thought that your 8 Immortals Kingdom, which is unknown, has 3 geniuses who are not inferior to the rest? This may be the key to turning the situation around. Do Hun sighed. To be honest, Do Hun had no impression of the 8 Immortals Kingdom before Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. But now, he dared not underestimate this 8 Immortals Kingdom at all. In fact, I'm not afraid if we join forces against the enemy. What I'm most worried about is that the terrain of the world of the dead is complicated, causing us to fight on our own. Then, there's no way to help each other. We can only rely on luck. Ling Xiao said again. That's true. Do Hun smiled bitterly and said, In fact, as long as Hallmaster and young Hero Ling can enter the top 18, it's fine. We're just here to make up the numbers. That's not necessarily true. The two of you are now in the heaven-seizing fate exchanging level, while the others are clearly in the 9th level of life seizing. As long as you don't meet too strong of an opponent, you can still advance. Alright, don't worry about that. Let's focus on our journey. After figuring out the rules of the God Devil Invitational, Ling Xiao felt more confident. As far as he was concerned, the free-for-all shouldn't be a problem. He could easily pass. He was quite interested in the world of the dead. What kind of array or law could actually form such a strange world? The rest of the time was spent hurrying along. Because the four of them were all very strong, they didn't slow down in the slightest. Although the primeval god tomb was huge, they still caught sight of the God Devil City on the afternoon before the God Devil Invitational. The gigantic Divine Devil City was made entirely out of pitch-black metal. It was ferocious and terrifying. It emanated a chilling aura. The ancient God Devil City was like an enormous monster, guarding the passageway to the four domains. The martial artists of the western regions could only stay in the barren lands and fend for themselves, unable to advance further on the path of martial arts. The ancient Sword Emperor's 9 incarnations were the first to challenge the four domains. The primeval god tomb was created because of that heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle. Countless martial artists from the western regions were buried here. Although the ancient Sword Emperor had failed, he had left behind a spark of resistance, giving the martial artists of the western regions hope. Only a sliver of hope remained. Ling Xiao could even imagine the majestic scene that had occurred back then. In order to find a way out, the ancestors of the ancient Sword Emperor had shed their blood. Chapter 3442. In order to open a stronger path for the Western region martial artists, the ancient Sword Emperor joined hands with 8 great ancient emperors and dozens of generals. Countless generals and soldiers. A long and drawn-out war began here. Imagining it now was still exciting. Flying is not allowed in the Divine Devil City. Come down. Dark Frost reminded. The four of them landed on the ground and walked in the direction of the Divine Devil City. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras flew over. They landed on the left and right respectively. One of them was the Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and the other was the Myriad Kingdom. Dragon Mother, Heavenly Emperor, King Zhong, and Kong had all arrived. As for Dragon Shark King, King Carp, Prince Tian, and the others, they also followed. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When these two parties saw the people from the Soul Hall, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. But fortunately, because this was the Divine Devil City, no one dared to make a move. Your eyes are so big. Be careful, your eyeballs might fall out. Bite me if you have the ability. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Tian and the others in disdain. He was still as annoying as ever, but those people couldn't do anything to him. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Wait until you reach the world of the dead. You'll suffer. Prince Tian said fiercely. Just you? Don't be funny. In the Battle of the Green Region, you all ran away with your tails between your legs. Now you're still pretending to be a wolf. Ling Xiao said in disdain. You. Prince Tian was infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. All right, there's no time to talk with this kid. The people from the Revenge Alliance should have arrived. Let's go in first. If you want to settle the score, there will be plenty of opportunities. There's no need to rush. Dragon Mother glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It had been a long time since someone could make her angry. This Ling Xiao was the first, but she was scheming and astute. She wouldn't be so stupid to make a move against Ling Xiao here. Once she offended the owner of the Divine Devil Order, she would be the one in the end. Although she was invincible in the Western region, she was not worth mentioning in front of the owner of the Divine Devil Order. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Seeing that they had left, he also walked towards the city. The Divine Devil City was much bigger than he had imagined. Rather than calling it a city, it would be better to call it a fortress. At this moment, a huge screen was set up in the central square of the Divine Devil City. The screen displayed the scene of the world of the dead. Those undead looked ugly, but they were very powerful. It was just that they were sealed in the small world by some kind of power and couldn't come out. Otherwise, the entire western region would have fallen. On the square, The martial artists of the Revenge Alliance had already arrived. Ling Xiao didn't know the others, but there were some familiar faces that Ling Xiao remembered very clearly. This was especially true for Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. Both of their cultivations had already reached the life-changing realm. Moreover, he felt like Feng Fei had inherited Fairy Linglong's legacy. Tyranny Heavenly Seas had also obtained the Flame Emperor's legacy. Among those from the White Tiger continent, 4 of them had gained the recognition of the ancient emperor: Ling Xiao, Long Chun, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny. It was clear that the talents of the Black Tortoise continent's martial artists couldn't compare to those from the other 3 continents. They were stronger simply because they had more resources. Actually, there wasn't much to be proud of. Of course, besides the 4 of them, the rest of the participants were also strong. None of them were trash. After all, there were many martial artists in the western regions. The 27 participants were all outstanding figures, proud sons and daughters of the heavens. After looking around, Ling Xiao's gaze finally settled on the platform. The person sitting there gave him a fright. The seat at the head was empty, but the 8 martial artists sitting below that person were all experts of the reincarnation divine realm. Their auras weren't any weaker than the likes of the Celestial King and Duke of Zhong. Are those the subordinates of the Divine Devil Order's owner? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. The Divine Devil and Divine Devil envoys he once thought to be incomparably powerful were now nothing more than 2 small fries. They could only stand there without even having the right to sit. Ling Xiao guessed that the seat at the head was reserved for the owner of the Divine Devil Order. While he was paying attention to the martial artists in God Devil City, he had no idea that he'd become the target of public criticism. Apart from the people of the Hall of Souls, the cultivators of the other 7 factions probably viewed him as a thorn in their flesh. After all, a piece of trash had suddenly risen to become a powerhouse they had no choice but to take seriously. It was hard for them to accept. Because of jealousy, it was only natural that they would treat Ling Xiao with hostility. It was human nature, so there was nothing strange about it. Is that the Ling Xiao who defeated the Koi King? He doesn't look like much. His aura is so weak. He's probably only in the 9th level of the life-seizing stage. That's right. I heard that Ling Xiao belongs to the 8 Immortals Kingdom. The 8 Immortals Kingdom is the small kingdom that defeated the Sword Dynasty. For a small kingdom like that to produce an expert of that level is already incredible. He's just a stinky fishing line. How could he be worthy of standing on the same battlefield as us? How about we all make a deal? As long as we meet that kid, we'll join forces to kill him. Then we'll fight for a spot based on our own skills. No problem. But that kid has the Ice Emperor's legacy. Who's going to get it? It belongs to whoever kills him. Aside from Feng Fei and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, none of the other competitors seemed to care about Ling Xiao at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was just there to make up the numbers. If they wanted to kill him, they could kill him. All right. After everyone came to an agreement, their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with intense greed. Boss, it looks like these guys are going to do something bad to you. Long Chun secretly transmitted his voice. Don't worry. Only a few of these pieces of trash are a threat to me. As for the rest, I'll kill them one by one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. You, on the other hand, have to be careful of that Duke Zhong. He's very cunning, but that's not necessarily the case for him. Even if you believe him, my intentions are clear. If anything goes wrong, come back immediately. I won't allow you to make any mistakes. Ling Xiao reminded him. Boss, don't worry. I'm not an idiot. If there's really no other way, I'll naturally choose to slip away. Long Chun nodded. That's for the best. Ling Xiao nodded his head and immediately felt relieved. Long Chen had followed him from the Sky Dragon continent all the way to the Black Tortoise continent. Although he wasn't much older, his mind was very mature. There was no need to worry too much. Boss, I have some information to share with you. If you remember it, it might be helpful. Long Chun said again. All right. Soon enough, Ling Xiao's mind was filled with detailed information about the 9 Supremes. This information was very secretive. Long Chen had probably spent a lot of effort to get his hands on it. The 4 great factions had quite a few Rebirth Realm martial artists. Chapter 3443. The Samsara deity realm martial artists of the four great factions were not as few as Ling Xiao imagined. According to the information provided by Long Chen, there were originally 2 people in Soul Hall. After Yin Shifeng died, only Dark Frost was left. Dark Frost had the highest cultivation among all the Reincarnation Divine Realm warriors. She had reached the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Only Dragon Mother and the leader of the Vengeful Alliance were on the same level. There were 5 people at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. They were the Heavenly King and King Zhong of Heavenly Dynasty and the 3 deputy leaders of Revenge Alliance. There were even more people at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. There were 11 of them. The 2 in Wanghua were in Kong and Dragon Shark King. Dragon Shark King had just broken through. Although his foundation was not stable, he had broken through. The 4 in Heavenly Dynasty were the East King, West King, North King, and South King. The 5 in Revenge Alliance were the leaders of the 4 forces and the Linglong Saintis. Of course, the 3 old guys who were still in the primeval bottle were also experts at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. It was a pity that although they belonged to Soul Hall, they could not fight for Soul Hall. The leader of Revenge Alliance was a very mysterious guy. He basically never showed up. Even most of the people in Revenge Alliance did not know him. However, this person really existed and was indeed powerful. After all, he had shown his face in the battle in the past. This could not be faked. If he had to say who was more powerful, Ling Xiao still felt that Dark Frost and Dragon Mother were stronger. After all, both of them had the inheritance of the ancient emperor. One was the inheritance of the Sea God Emperor, and the other was the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. As for the leader of Revenge Alliance, to be honest, he was not too clear about him. The information provided by Long Chen did not mention him. For the time being, he could not confirm whether he had the inheritance of the ancient emperor or not. The so-called inheritance of the ancient emperor here referred to the orthodox inheritance. Only those who had the ancient emperor divine weapon could be counted. You are Ling Xiao? Just as Ling Xiao was calculating the strength of the 4 forces, a very arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao looked up and saw an elegant woman wearing a veil. That kind of temperament made it seem as if she really thought of herself as a fairy and completely ignored everyone else. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone a question? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. That brat is really daring. How dare he not give face to the Linglong Saintis? Seeing Ling Xiao's reaction, everyone was amused. They felt that Ling Xiao was going to be in trouble. You don't deserve to know. The Linglong Saintis was indeed angry. Idiot! Ling Xiao scolded. What are you so proud of? In this Godfiend city, we're just a bunch of ants that can't even be brought to the table. Showing off in front of me? Why don't you show off in front of the master of the divine devil token? He really couldn't understand. At a time like this, these people were still thinking about internal strife. They were showing off their status and strength like idiots. Little did they know that in front of the cultivators of the 4 major territories, such status and strength were like a group of ants discussing seniority. What a joke. What did you say? The Linglong Saintis had never thought that Ling Xiao would be so presumptuous and dare to call her an idiot. Aren't you an idiot? Everyone was just a chess piece being played in the palm of someone else's hand. Who's better than the other? We're the ones who got the key to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Why do we need others to judge us? Ling Xiao felt very uncomfortable. He was weaker than others, so he had to be suppressed and do things according to others' rules. This made him very unhappy. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone's expression changed. Brat, shut up. Do you want to get everyone killed? The Linglong Saintis shouted. Scared? You were so arrogant just now. I thought you wouldn't be scared. Ling Xiao sneered. You. The Linglong Saintis was speechless. Instead, Tianhai Tyranny stood out and said, Ling Xiao, don't think that this is still the White Tiger continent. Here, you don't even deserve to clean the shoes of the Linglong Saintis. How dare you be so presumptuous? Loser, why are you so arrogant? I thought you became successful after coming to the Black Tortoise continent. I didn't expect you to clean a woman's shoes. What a disgrace. Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of the Linglong Saintis. How could he give face to Tianhai Tyranny? His words made Tianhai Tyranny embarrassed. Feng Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he didn't show up. Otherwise, he would be the one losing face. When she was with Ling Xiao in the White Tiger continent, she knew very well about his poisonous tongue. It was fine. She wouldn't argue with this guy. Of course, it was also because she felt that some of Ling Xiao's words made sense. Everyone was ants in front of the owner of the Celestial Devil Order. It was ridiculous to choose a general among ants. Girl, today isn't the day of the competition, right? Since you're in the Celestial Devil City, why don't you walk around? Ling Xiao had no interest in wasting time with these short-sighted idiots. He wanted to wander around the Divine Devil City and investigate the situation of the Divine Devil City. Of course, this Celestial Devil City has a much older history than the Alliance of Vengeance. Maybe we'll find something interesting. Dark Frost nodded. In any case, today wasn't the day of the competition. It was good to stroll around. After their discussion, they left the central plaza in front of everyone and walked towards the streets. They could feel that the air in the Celestial Devil City was much fresher than anywhere else in the western regions. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is 10 times thicker than anywhere else in the western regions. Even breathing can increase one's cultivation. No wonder people say that the martial artists of the 4 regions are already close to the first cycle of rebirth realm when they're still in their mother's womb. If the Celestial Devil City is like this, then the spiritual chi of the 4 regions must be even thicker. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. That's true. The reason why we Western regions martial artists want to go to the 4 regions is naturally to cultivate. Dark Frost sighed with emotion as well. Roar! All of a sudden, the streets were thrown into chaos. A bestial roar rang out, causing many people to tremble in fear. Countless people scrambled to the sides of the street. That allowed Ling Xiao and the others to see what was happening up ahead. There were about 5 people walking down the street. They were led by a person who was garbed in gold and silver and wore luxurious clothing. She held a thick chain in her hand. At the end of the chain was the image of a demonling. Shockingly, this demonling was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. The demonling was an enormous white ape which bared its fangs and roared at the crowd. Looking at the people who were scared to the point of staggering left and right, the girl in luxurious clothes holding the iron chain happily laughed out loud. She was beautiful and had a great figure. However, what she was doing right now was completely unflattering. Mommy! All of a sudden, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old fell down in the middle of the street. The terrifying white ape opened its bloody maw and bit down on the little girl. The girl was so frightened that she began to cry. Chapter 34:44. A woman rushed out from the crowd. She should be the little girl's mother. She bravely stood in front of the little girl. In the end, she was swallowed by the white ape in one gulp. This scene made Ling Xiao feel rather uncomfortable. Just as he was about to do something, someone beside him had already rushed out and hugged the little girl, saving her. The one who made the move was Dark Frost. Ling Xiao could see that Dark Frost's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. This was actually very easy to understand. Dark Frost had also encountered misfortune when she was young. It was probably because she saw this little girl and thought of her own past. Girl, don't be rash. You are a reincarnation God Realm martial artist. Once you make a move, the impact will be too great. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao instructed Dark Frost, just take good care of this little girl. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the white ape had actually rushed over. The well-dressed girl directly released the chain. Little White, get rid of those good-for-nothings. The girl did not feel that she had done anything wrong at all. Clearly, she was fearless. This girl's strength was only at the heaven-changing fate realm. The martial artists behind her were also at this realm. However, seeing how arrogant she was and how arrogant she was, one could tell that her family background was definitely extremely illustrious. She was probably a high official of the God Devil City. That white ape was not weak. If it was anyone else, they would probably become a delicacy in the white ape's stomach. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Dark Frost. Evil creature, die. Ling Xiao struck out with hatred. His palm directly landed on the white ape's head, completely flattening its body. He held the demon beast core in his hand. The level of the Vajra ape beast soul could no longer keep up with his cultivation. This white ape beast soul could be used to level up. He casually threw it into the mountain river world. Then, he looked coldly at the girl opposite him. You killed my little white? Do you know that little white is like my family? I want you to pay with your life. Seeing that the white ape was killed, a ruthless look flashed across the girl's eyes. Then, she stabbed her sword towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there with his right hand outstretched. He didn't use his beast soul transformation at all. He faced the girl directly. The girl's eyes were filled with disdain. Clearly, she could tell that Ling Xiao was only a 9th division life-sizer. She, on the other hand, was a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm expert. How could Ling Xiao possibly be her opponent? However, in the next moment, she was stunned. This was because Ling Xiao's hand was as hard as diamond, easily grabbing onto her sword. She tried to shake it a few times, but nothing happened. Damn it! The young girl snorted, and a strange lightning flashed on her sword. This lightning flashed from the sword towards Ling Xiao. Then, the girl struck out with her other hand, aiming for Ling Xiao's chest. What? Even more shocking was that as soon as the lightning touched Ling Xiao, it dissipated like smoke. His sword didn't even budge, and the palm wind she blasted out was actually broken by Ling Xiao's finger, and there was even an extra lump of blood on her palm, causing her to grimace in pain. Screw off, Ling Xiao roared. Grabbing the sword, he tossed the girl away. Then, his leg flew up and kicked the girl's abdomen. He didn't seem to care at all about the fairer sex. The girl shrieked as she was sent tumbling backward. Her companions hurried to catch her, and it took a lot of effort for them to catch her. She looked battered and exhausted. After recovering from her shock, the girl's eyes burned with rage. How dare you hit me? So what? Yang Qi said. If you don't screw off, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao took a step forward. His terrifying killing intent almost formed a ferocious beast, intimidating everyone. The girl backed up a few paces, her face twisted with rage. You're the first person in God Devil City who dares to hit me. You're dead. In her panic, the girl continued to clamor. Probably because she had never been treated like this before, she found it hard to accept. Still not getting lost? Ling Xiao took another step forward, and the girl's face instantly turned pale. Miss, let's retreat. That kid isn't easy to deal with. The warrior next to her said in a low voice. Just catching the young girl had already left them in a very sorry state. If they really fought, no one knew what would happen. A bunch of trash. Let's go. The girl's face was gloomy, but at this moment, she knew that she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Helpless, she could only turn around and escape. The few people who escorted her also left together. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble for Darkfrost, Ling Xiao would never let these people go. He preferred to eliminate the source of trouble. That girl, do any of you know her? Ling Xiao asked the crowd. On the street, everyone was submissive, not daring to say a word to Ling Xiao, as if they were afraid of being implicated. From this, it could be seen that the girl's background was probably not ordinary. I'm sorry, Brother Ling Xiao. It's all my fault for being impulsive and causing trouble. Darkfrost sighed helplessly. She knew that the Divine Devil City itself wasn't simple. How could the people in the Divine Devil City be simple? After offending such a person, there would be no peace in the future. What are you talking about? Even if you didn't do it, I would have done it. It's not too much to kill such a vicious woman. It's just that we're on the street, and killing her would bring trouble. After all, the power behind this woman is definitely not simple. Ling Xiao had just arrived at the Divine Devil City, and he planned to keep a low profile. If trouble came, he wouldn't be a coward. He had to do what he had to do. Let's go and continue shopping. Don't let that trash affect your mood. Ling Xiao called out to the crowd. But what about this girl? Her mother is already dead. Darkfrost looked at the pitiful girl and was a little worried. She'll be in more danger if she follows us. I believe that woman won't let it go easily with her temper. Ling Xiao sighed and said, although her mother is dead, she still has her father. Darkfrost glanced at the man in the crowd who was shivering in fear. She curled her lips and said, what a useless man. He's so much worse than Brother Ling Xiao. It's good enough that he didn't run away. Little girl, go back and look for your father. Ling Xiao sent the girl away, and the few of them continued shopping. Just as he was worried, it didn't take long for many warriors in the same uniform to appear on the street. The uniforms of these warriors were all black and white. The insignia on them was a bloody axe and a poisonous snake coiled around the axe. Among these people, the leader was the girl who was chased away by Ling Xiao. It's him. The young lady soon discovered Ling Xiao, and a group of people quickly surrounded him. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, Fighting Souls, and Fighting Souls. These people are not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. The people who surrounded them were not only on the ground, but also in the sky. Most of the warriors were in the heaven-seizing fate, changing realm. There were also many reincarnation divine realm experts. Chapter 34-45. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, the Divine Devil City was not simple. Any random force that came out was so terrifying. The surrounding people moved away to avoid standing with Ling Xiao and the rest. They were martial artists of the Divine Devil City, so they knew very well what kind of people had come. In the Divine Devil City, other than the owner of the Divine Devil Order, there were 3 other forces. They were the Blood Axe Snake Clan, the Blood Sword Wolf Clan, and the Blood Blade Bear Clan. These 3 clans were not pure-blooded humans. They were the descendants of the Beast Clan and humans from the 4 major territories. They might not have a high status in the 4 major territories, but in the Divine Devil City, no one dared to provoke them except for the owner of the Divine Devil Order. However, Ling Xiao had provoked the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Boy, do you regret it now? The girl walked towards Ling Xiao under the protection of the crowd. She was still arrogant and ruthless. She was so scared that her face turned pale, but she became arrogant with the protection of the experts around her. She was just out shopping with her little white, but she did not expect to meet such an insensible guy. He killed her little white and threatened to kill her. I do regret it. Ling Xiao looked at the young lady coldly and said, I regret not killing you earlier. Now that I see your disgusting expression, I want to vomit. Hearing this, the young lady's face stiffened. Then, a chilling aura was released from her body. This hateful guy was so bold. He was at his wit's end. But he still dared to ridicule her? All right, since that's the case, I'll completely destroy your laughable dignity in front of these people. Thinking of this, the young lady stretched out her shoe and said coldly, I'll give you a chance. Come here and lick my shoe clean. Then, I'll consider whether to spare your life. She felt that killing Ling Xiao would be letting him off too easily. She wanted to torture Ling Xiao both physically and mentally. I've seen idiots, but I've never seen one as idiotic as you. Do you think that everyone in this world is your dog? That you can order and humiliate them as you wish? Ling Xiao sneered. These words caused the young girl to completely lose her patience. Kill him, kill all of them. I want to hang their corpses on the walls of the Divine Devil City and let everyone see the consequences of offending me. The girl roared hysterically. Obviously, he had been driven mad by Ling Xiao. Kill. The young girl's status was clearly not low. With her order, dozens of heaven-seizing fate, changing realm martial artists immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao and the others. Don't make a move yet. I'll play with them. If it was just a heaven-seizing fate, changing realm martial artist, there was no need for Dark Frost to take action. Ling Xiao's body instantly entered the 9-snake General B-Soul transformation. After that, 9 snake heads poked out from behind him at the same time. 9 cries of agony were heard simultaneously. 9 heaven-seizing fate, changing realm martial artists had their necks bitten off by the snake head virtually without the slightest ability to resist. Everyone was astonished. This outsider's strength was really not weak. The moment he made his move, he killed 9 heaven-seizing fate, changing realm powerhouses. This was also a little too powerful. Kill him. Quickly kill him for me. The young girl became even more irritable. Seeing Ling Xiao displaying his invincible might there, she was extremely unhappy in her heart. Following her shout, even more martial artists rushed towards Ling Xiao. The martial artists on the ground and in the sky interweaved into one. completely ignoring the other few people. All of their targets were Ling Xiao. The warrior soul and battle soul were about to make a move, but they were still stopped by Ling Xiao. It's just a few kittens and puppies. It's not your turn to make a move. As for Dark Frost, you just have to keep an eye on those few reincarnation divine realm martial artists. One figure after another surrounded the surroundings until not even a drop of water could trickle through. Even the light of the crimson sun was unable to penetrate it. Terrifying killing intent pervaded the long street. Countless people were trembling with fear. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, a powerful fighting intent bloomed. The potential in his body seemed to have been greatly stimulated and began to wildly vent. Ha ha ha, come at me. Ling Xiao had been waiting for an opportunity to let himself advance again. Those powerful monsters in the 10th district, except for the reincarnation divine realm, were all annihilated by him. He was worried about not finding a suitable opponent to fight. Now it was good. These martial artists in the Divine Devil City had created an opportunity for him. Since you're here, all of you go to hell for me. Extreme Cold Realm. Ling Xiao roared angrily, and a huge extreme cold realm enveloped all the martial artists who rushed towards him. Those people's movements all slowed down in an instant. Some of the weaker ones were directly frozen. 9 Snake Poison Realm, Black Poison of Death Kingdom. The moment of freezing, the 9 snake heads behind Ling Xiao spat out black poison. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. All the martial artists who rushed towards him were all wrapped in this black poison mist. Help! No! Damn it! What is this thing? Every time there was a scream, a person could be seen being melted. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. One martial artist after another was killed by the black poison of the Death Kingdom. As Ling Xiao's cultivation base increased, so did the black poison of the Death Kingdom. Not even martial artists in the heaven-seizing and life-exchanging level could defend against it. Ling Xiao stood there in his beast soul form, looking very ferocious. He had slaughtered over 1,000 enemies without being injured. It was a scene that left everyone completely shaken. So strong. The martial artists on the street were all staring in shock. They had assumed that after the appearance of the Blood Axe Hydras, Ling Xiao would be killed. But the reality of the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao hadn't died. Instead, he had killed most of the Blood Axe Hydras with his poison. Most shocking of all was that his aura was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. He was one of the weakest martial artists in the Divine Devil City, and yet he was slaughtering so many people. This was too shocking for the two of them. Is this young hero Ling's true power? The warrior soul and the war soul looked at each other in shock. You're wrong, Yang Qi said. This isn't his true power. Darkfrost had seen Ling Xiao's unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, so she knew that Ling Xiao could get even stronger. The truth was that the so-called Heaven Prince and the Koi King were no longer a match for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's current opponents were all in the 1st division of the Reincarnation God Realm. This is awesome. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was once again on the verge of a breakthrough. One more step, and he would be in the heaven-seizing and life-exchanging level. He would even be able to defeat a 1st division Reincarnation God Realm expert. Off in the distance, the young woman surrounded by the Reincarnation God Realm expert had an unsightly expression on her face. This Ling Xiao was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. How could he be so terrifying? Chapter 3446. The girl from the Blood Axe Snake Clan was extremely shocked. Ling Xiao killed thousands of martial artists with just one blow. Although those martial artists were not considered as experts of the Blood Axe Snake Clan, they were still considered as experts. But they were all killed just like that? She only brought 1,000 people this time. After the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artists died, there were only 5 first-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists left. It seems that you have to take action. That kid doesn't seem simple. The girl said to the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist beside her. Her face became colder and colder. Ling Xiao actually killed the people of the Blood Axe Snake Clan wantonly in the God Devil City. Didn't he know that the Blood Axe Snake Clan was the family of the 3 most powerful generals under the God Devil Order's owner? I've long heard that there are a few extraordinary geniuses in the Western region. Each of them has the ability to challenge those above their level. This person must be one of them. Miss, don't worry. I'll kill him now. A man walked out from the girl's side. He held a long sword and had a red spot between his eyebrows. His expression was arrogant. Good, kill him. I'll reward you handsomely. Seeing the person who walked out, the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. This person was the strongest among the people she brought out this time. Although he was also a first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist, his combat strength was top-notch among martial artists of the same cultivation level. Are you the Heavenly Prince of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty? The martial artist asked in a clear voice. No. Then are you the Dragon Shark King of myriad countries? No. Soul Hall's Yama? Not even. Then you must be the Revenge Alliance's Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, right? If you want to kill someone, just kill them. What do those trash have to do with me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. None of them? The martial artist was obviously stunned. He had heard a lot about the 4 major forces, talking about how those geniuses were. The names he heard most often were those few people. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was not one of them. This was too strange. Red Spot, don't talk nonsense with that guy. No matter who he is, he's the trash of the Western region. Just kill him. The girl was also a little unhappy. Yes, miss. The reincarnation divine realm martial artist, known as Red Spot, finally landed and walked towards Ling Xiao. Young man, if you have a next life, remember, don't be too arrogant, especially in front of people who are stronger than you, Red Spot said coldly. After being in the Divine Devil City for so long, he had never met a Western region martial artist who dared to challenge a Divine Devil City martial artist. Obviously, the young man he met today was quite talented, so he was a little arrogant. Only then would they be foolish enough to make an enemy out of them. Boom. Spot's body's body. That powerful aura made it hard for the fighting souls to breathe. No need. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. All the beast souls were released. Die. Snorting coldly, Red Spot shot toward Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps it was because he didn't think much of Ling Xiao, but he didn't use any martial techniques. He only used ordinary attacks. After all, his opponent was only a 9th stage life-sizer. Red Spot, on the other hand, was a 1st stage reincarnation divine realm martial artist. The difference in cultivation base was too great. If he had to use martial techniques, it would be too embarrassing. Frigid Domain. Ice Age. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao didn't hold back. Within the Frigid Domain, he unleashed his most powerful move, Ice Age. Although he couldn't perfectly control Ice Age with his current strength, there was no doubt that it was terrifyingly powerful. Rumble. They collided. The ground split open. The surrounding buildings collapsed. Ling Xiao's body almost flew out, but he was caught by Ming Shuang with one hand. Most shocking of all was that the 1st stage reincarnation divine realm martial artist actually took half a step back. His expression was extremely unsightly. His attack hadn't killed his opponent, and from the looks of it, Ling Xiao hadn't been injured at all. And yet, he himself had taken half a step back. It was a complete disgrace. Here it comes. Ling Xiao looked up into the sky. He had broken through from the 9th stage of life-seizing to the heaven-seizing fate exchanging level. No tribulation lightning. It seemed the rumors weren't wrong. In the heaven-seizing fate exchanging level, the most important thing was the improvement of the soul. It wasn't the level of the body. Stepping into that level meant that he had 1 foot in the door of the reincarnation divine realm. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he rose to his feet. Looking at Red Spot, he crooked his finger and said, again. Red Spot's expression was extremely serious. He had seen many geniuses before, but someone like Ling Xiao, he had really never seen before. A 9th stage life-sizer could actually take an attack from a 1st stage reincarnation divine realm martial artist and not die. Most terrifying of all, he had broken through in the middle of the fight. The heaven-seizing fate exchanging level was also known as the half-step reincarnation level. Once he stepped into that level, the gap between him and Ling Xiao would shrink dramatically. The difference between the ninth stage of life-seizing and the reincarnation divine realm was like the difference between a fetus and an adult. The difference between the heaven-seizing fate exchanging level and the reincarnation divine realm was like the difference between a child and an adult. Although a child was small, it was still possible for him to kill an adult. Compared to a fetus, that was a qualitative leap. "I'm actually afraid." Red Spot frowned. He couldn't believe that he would be afraid of a martial artist who had just broken through to the heaven-seizing fate exchanging level. It was completely ridiculous. No. Impossible. This guy has to die. How could there be such a terrifying monster? Red Spot did his best to calm himself down. Suddenly, he charged toward Ling Xiao again. However, this time, he didn't hold back. A terrifying king-class martial skill appeared in his hand. Unexpectedly, he used a mid-level king-class martial skill. It was far more powerful than the martial skills used by most experts in the Western domain. After all, even experts like Dragon Mother and Dark Frost could only use mid-level king-class martial skills. As expected of a martial artist from God Devil City, he was terrifyingly strong. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Ling Xiao used his movement technique. Instead of retreating, he charged toward his opponent. Before, the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps had almost no effect on Red Spot. But now that Ling Xiao had broken through, things were different. The cold of the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps made Red Spot very uncomfortable. He felt as if his hands and feet were cold, and his breathing was not smooth. Although it was very slight, it was indeed uncomfortable, and it affected his performance. Frigid Field. Facing a reincarnation divine realm martial artist who was going all out, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Under the frigid field, Red Spot felt even more uncomfortable, and his blood felt like it was being frozen. Bloodthirsty Plague. At that moment, something even more troublesome happened. Red Spot felt an itch on his frostbitten skin. Then, he felt a strange feeling, as if something had drilled into his body. Chapter 3447. Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art. Supreme Ice Cold Sky Resolute. Supreme Spirit Heaven Sword Art. Exquisite Celestial Sword Art. Supreme Snake Venomous Sky Sword Art. 5 swords in 1. Kill. This time, Ling Xiao did not use Ice Age because that thing was too difficult to control. But the power of 5 swords in 1 was not inferior to the current Ice Age at all. It was even stronger. After all, Ling Xiao could completely control this power, unlike Ice Age where most of the energy was actually wasted. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded in the void. Ling Xiao was sent flying again and smashed heavily on the ground, causing a huge crack to appear. But in an instant, he jumped up from the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Looking at Red Spot again, he was actually repelled by Ling Xiao again, and this time, he retreated more than 10 meters away. His hands were actually trembling slightly. Impossible. Red Spot's shock was simply indescribable. He had already used all his strength, but he could only cause Ling Xiao to suffer a slight injury. It was meaningless. He was a level 1 reincarnation divine realm martial artist, but he could not even kill a heaven-changing fate realm martial artist. How was this possible? Are you very surprised? Ling Xiao looked at Red Spot in disdain and charged over again. In his eyes, Red Spot had already become the best sparring partner. Since the other party could not kill him, he could use it to increase his strength. With just one blow, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 50%. Indeed, reincarnation divine realm martial artists were awesome. The huge pressure benefited him greatly. So next, everyone saw a strange scene. Ling Xiao kept attacking the Red Spot, and then he kept getting pushed back. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but there was a smile on his face. Time and time again, as if he did not know fear. Finally, after a few hundred collisions, Ling Xiao stopped, feeling the abundant energy in his body, and his heart was filled with pride. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 100%. With just one battle, he had made such a huge improvement. He felt that he could even kill a reincarnation divine realm martial artist now. Let's start with you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and swallowed a handful of pills to replenish his true essence. On the other hand, the red spot was already panting. However, he didn't have a miraculous elixir like Ling Xiao's. He could only stare at Ling Xiao. His eyes no longer had the arrogance and confidence from before. There was even a trace of confusion in his eyes. It could be seen that he had not been able to kill Ling Xiao for such a long time. Instead, he could feel that Ling Xiao was becoming stronger and stronger. This severely damaged Red Spot's self-confidence. Miss, this brat has an immortal body. I'm afraid he has cultivated a king-tier defensive martial art. Red Spot retreated to the side of the Blood Axe Snake Clan girl and said with a frown, "So what? He's merely a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. Don't tell me that you, a reincarnation deity realm martial artist, actually can't kill him?" The young girl looked at Red Spot coldly, without any intention of thinking for him. "Red Spot, you trash. To think that you're our boss. You're really useless." The rest of the people beside the young girl sneered disdainfully. "What did you say?" Red Spot said angrily. "Isn't that so? You can't even kill a mere heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. What else can you do? Humph, you're so capable. Why don't you give it a try?" Red Spot snorted coldly. "Let's give it a try. When I kill that brat, the position of boss will belong to me." The one who spoke was a martial artist dressed in black. "All right, you go." The young girl didn't care who went. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, it was fine. Subordinate obeys. The black-clothed martial artist chuckled, pushed Red Spot away, and then charged towards Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just a heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artist. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Red Spot, that idiot, probably played with too many women and his legs were weak. Wind Snow Ice Ceiling Step. Facing the powerful attack of the black-clothed martial artist, Ling Xiao did not meet it head-on this time. This was because the energy in his cultivation sea was already full. Even if he wanted to break through, he would need to look for an opportunity. It was not something that could be achieved by meeting force with force. Next, he wanted to try and see if he could kill a reincarnation divine realm martial artist. As the cold air in the air increased, the speed of the black-clothed martial artist clearly slowed down a little. This allowed Ling Xiao to easily avoid his attack. The black-clothed martial artist's punch landed on the ground, creating a large crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Ling Xiao didn't even look and once again used the extreme cold domain. This caused the black-clothed martial artist's movements to become even more sluggish. At the same time, Ling Xiao's 5 swords once again flew into the air and entered the Western Region Divine Tomb map. After absorbing the powerful energy, they flew out. They turned into 5 terrifying sword chi. Then, the 5 swords merged into one. They charged towards the black-clothed martial artist. After all, the black-clothed martial artist was a reincarnation divine realm expert. Although he was affected by the extreme cold domain, he still turned around at the most critical moment. Terrifying power quickly condensed on his fists and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Soul-devouring domain. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released the soul-devouring domain that he had hidden. At that moment, the black-clothed martial artist felt a little dizzy. The power condensed in his hands also began to dissipate. Even though all of this happened in an instant, it was enough to be fatal. Ling Xiao's attack had already landed. The black-clothed martial artist's fist force was actually torn apart like rotten weeds. The terrifying sword light fiercely bombarded the black-clothed martial artist's body. The black-clothed martial artist was smashed to the ground in a very sorry state. However, a reincarnation divine realm martial artist was a reincarnation divine realm martial artist after all. Even if it was only the first level, he wouldn't be killed so easily. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared. Bloodthirsty Plague. Golden Silkworm Goo Poison. The double poison continuously touched the black-clothed martial artist's wound. The black-clothed martial artist screamed and felt his chi and blood begin to become chaotic. One had to know that even Dark Frost was unable to resolve the golden silkworm goo poison back then. Although Ling Zhao's golden silkworm goo poison wasn't that strong, it was still able to cause a lot of trouble to the black-clothed martial artist. In an instant, a large number of flaws appeared in the black-clothed martial artist's defense. Coupled with the devastation of the bloodthirsty plague, the black-clothed martial artist finally understood why Red Spot was unable to deal with this kid. This kid's attack was too strange. Every attack was impossible to guard against. Ling Zhao's 5 swords rose into the air once again. He, who had already reached the peak of the heaven-seizing fate-changing realm, could easily use the 5 swords as one. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed martial artist was shocked. The current him wasn't in a good state and didn't dare to fight head-on at all. He turned around and was about to dodge. However, he didn't notice that he was still in Ling Zhao's soul-devouring domain. A shining whale-hunting lightning spear quietly extended out from the darkness. That was the true fatal blow. As for the 5 swords as one, it was used to finish off the blow. Since there was a chance to kill the other party, Ling Zhao would definitely not give the other party a chance to live. Chapter 3448. When the middle-grade king level secret technique, whale-hunting thunder spear, pierced through the black-clothed martial artist's body, he realized that he had made a grave mistake. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Zhao's 5 swords merged into one and landed at the same time, ruthlessly smashing into the already heavily injured body of the black-clothed cultivator. Back when he had killed Yin Shifeng, Ling Zhao had come up with an idea. Reincarnation God Realm cultivators weren't invincible. As long as he kept weakening his opponent, he could win. When Ling Zhao had killed Yin Shifeng, he had only been in the 8th stage of the life-seizing level. But now, Ling Zhao was at the peak of the heaven-seizing fate-changing level. If a first-stage reincarnation God Realm cultivator were to be injured in front of him, they would be doomed to eternal damnation. The black-robed man was smashed to pieces. He couldn't be more dead. And the entire process had taken much less time than Ling Zhao's fight with Red Mark. Where did this young man come from? How could he kill a first-stage reincarnation God Realm cultivator so easily? In their eyes, it was easy, but in Ling Zhao's eyes, it wasn't that simple. If any step of his plan went wrong, it was possible that it would fail. Thankfully, his defenses were strong enough, and his life force was tenacious. Even if his plan failed, it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to kill him. He still had a chance to make up for it. Idiot, I told you. He's not easy to deal with. When Red Mark saw the black-robed man being killed, he didn't show the slightest bit of sympathy, only disdain and mockery. All of you, attack together. Kill him together. The young woman from the Blood Axe Serpent clan realized that Ling Zhao wasn't easy to deal with. She also realized that no first-stage reincarnation God Realm cultivator could kill Ling Zhao easily. Therefore, she didn't hesitate any longer and ordered the other reincarnation God Realm cultivators to attack. No matter what, they had to kill Ling Zhao today. Let's see who's going to kill who today. Ling Zhao's killing intent had been aroused. After all, he had already offended this bullshit Blood Axe Serpent clan. Even if he didn't kill them, they would still kill him. Since that was the case, why should he show mercy? With a stomp of his foot, his figure suddenly disappeared. At that moment, the girl from the Blood Axe Serpent clan felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. It was as if she had been targeted by some terrifying monster. A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Goosebumps rose all over his body. At that moment, she even seemed to see her own death. His heart was filled with extreme fear. Don't kill me. Facing Ling Zhao, who had the same cultivation level as her, this young girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan had completely lost the will to resist. She couldn't believe that a 17-year-old youth could have such a strong and terrifying murderous aura. Protect, miss. Red Spot's face became extremely nervous. It might not be easy for this Ling Zhao to kill them, but because of his strange attacks, it was definitely not that difficult for him to kill their young Mississippi. For example, his current state. That kid had actually disappeared without a trace. Even though he tried his best to release his soul power to search for the other party's whereabouts, he couldn't find even the slightest bit of aura. This was simply too terrifying. It was as if this person had disappeared into thin air. But he could reappear at any time and kill their young Mississippi die. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the void. At the same time, a sword had already pierced towards the young girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan. The young girl was completely stunned, and it was impossible for her to dodge. It was even more impossible for her to block it. At this time, the others wanted to block the sword for the young girl, but it was also impossible. The angle Ling Xiao chose was too strange, and the timing was just right. Am I going to die? The young girl watched in horror as the tip of the sword approached. She had already felt the sharpness and stinging pain from the sword. Miss. At this critical moment, Red Spot's arm strangely stretched out by about a foot. This foot was enough to save the young girl's life. Ling Xiao's sword was blocked by this arm, and in the end, it still missed and didn't kill the young girl. However, the young girl still screamed miserably, because the whole arm was cut off. Red Spot, you trash! The young girl hysterically roared. Not only did she not thank Red Spot for sacrificing his arm to save her life, she even insulted him. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This kind of woman, even if she didn't die under his sword, would die in the hands of others sooner or later. She was too arrogant and didn't know how to be grateful. Take the young miss away, quick. Red Spot was a loyal dog. Even if the young girl treated him like this, he still stood in front of the young girl. The other warriors of the Reincarnation Divine Realm took the young girl and fled. Darkfrost tried to kill them to silence them, but was stopped by Red Spot. Filled with hatred, he killed Red Spot with a palm. So, you are the most terrifying one. Only then did Red Spot realize that among the four of them, the strongest was not Ling Xiao, but the little girl who seemed to be too weak to stand up to the wind. Let's go, big brother Ling Xiao. When those guys go back, they will definitely summon even more terrifying experts. I have also heard of the Blood Axe Snake clan. Their strongest patriarch definitely has the strength to crush me. Darkfrost reminded. They couldn't wait to die here. Escaping is not a good idea. We are going to participate in the Divine Devil Tournament. Sooner or later, we will be discovered by the Blood Axe Snake clan. I think that woman's status is not low. Why don't we take her as a hostage? Ling Xiao laughed. Are you kidding? Taking the Blood Axe Snake clan as a hostage in the Divine Devil City? Do Hun was shocked. Don't worry, I will go alone. I won't implicate you. Ling Xiao said. Brother Ling, you misunderstood. We are not afraid of being implicated, but this idea is too bold. I am just a little surprised. Do Hun shook his head. I know, but I still have to go alone. I have the special skill of the Shadow Dancer. I can capture that woman without anyone knowing, and you guys will be easily exposed. Ling Xiao laughed. If that's the case, I will go with you. Darkfrost said, you still don't know that our Soul Clan has the special ability to leave the body. Although my combat strength will only be around the second level of Rebirth Realm after leaving the body, I can definitely be of great help to you. Do Hun, Zhan Hun, both of you take my body and leave. There is no need for that. Just put your body in my beast ring. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Do Hun and Zhan Hun, both of you hide first to avoid being implicated. The way I see it, the reason why the Blood Axe Serpent clan can run amok is not because they are boasting. They do possess terrifying strength. Although both of you may not be willing to accept it, the fact is that you can only deal with the minions of the Blood Axe Snake clan. You are completely powerless against the experts. Sigh, I am so sorry that I can't help you at all. Do Hun and Zhan Hun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Let's find a place to stay first. Let's meet up after you are done with your business. Although they felt uncomfortable in their hearts, this was the truth. The martial artists in the Divine Devil City were too powerful. Chapter 3449. Just as Ling Xiao had guessed, the girl from the Blood Axe Snake clan did not learn her lesson after she escaped. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said, Go back and send out all the people from the family. I don't believe that he can kill a first-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist, let alone a second-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. There must be someone who can kill him. Mrs. Wright, no matter how strong he is only a heaven-changing Fate Realm martial artist. Even if he can challenge those above his level, the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm is his limit. As long as we can find a second-level Reincarnation Divine Realm expert, We can definitely kill him. To them, such a thing was common sense. Otherwise, a person who defied the heavens beyond common sense would be too terrifying. The forces of the Western region might not have this capital, but the Blood Axe Snake Clan had this capital. A first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist could not be considered an expert in the Blood Axe Snake Clan. They could only be considered above average. With the girl's identity, it was not a problem to gather a few second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. It seems that this woman is really used to being arrogant and never thought that someone could take her life. In that case, I, Ling Xiao, will be the first person to eat crabs today. Ling Xiao did not care who the other party was. Since this girl was unwilling to let him go no matter what, how could he surrender? If he did not kill this idiot woman, he was afraid that the God-Devil Invitational Tournament would not be able to proceed in peace. Do you want to kill me that much? Suddenly, a ghostly voice sounded in the girl's ear. The girl was startled. The experts who were escorting the girl were so scared that their faces turned pale. When they realized the danger, Ling Xiao's hand had already grabbed the girl's neck, although it was only a hand and not a blade. But no one would doubt the terror of this hand. As long as Ling Xiao was willing, he could easily break the girl's neck. Let go of my miss. A few first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists were anxious. Let go of her? Sure, wait until the God-Devil Invitational Tournament is over. Ling Xiao was also unwilling to start a war with the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Therefore, using this girl as a hostage was the best choice. Go back and tell your Blood Axe Snake Clan's upper echelons that this woman's life is not in danger for the time being. But don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll turn her into a corpse. Ling Xiao was not joking at all. Those martial artists at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm all had the same feeling. When Ling Xiao had killed the Blood Axe Snake Clan's cultivators, he hadn't even blinked. This person was absolutely a fearless fellow. It would be impossible to use the Blood Axe Snake Clan to threaten him. Go. After a short discussion, they quickly left. However, after a few hundred meters, only one of them went back to report. The rest of the people stayed behind to keep an eye on them. They knew that if the girl was in any danger, they wouldn't be able to survive. Although Ling Xiao had said that he wouldn't take the girl's life for the time being, how could they believe the executioner's words? They had to stay and keep an eye on Ling Xiao. What about Ling Xiao? He had no intention of leaving at all. Since he had taken the girl hostage, he naturally had to use her as a hostage. If he left just like that, what was the point? He knew that there would be stronger martial artists coming, but this couldn't change his plan. All along, he liked to pull the teeth from the tiger's mouth. This time was no exception. Not long after, a group of experts hurried over. Their arrival attracted the attention of many martial artists. What's going on? Even the Blood Axe Snake Clan's second-level reincarnation divine realm powerhouse has appeared. Who is so bold to offend the Blood Axe Snake Clan to such an extent? I heard that the Blood Axe Snake Clan's eldest miss was kidnapped and had an arm chopped off. Damn, who is it? So valiant? It's said that it's a foreign martial artist from the Western region. Western region martial artist? Impossible. Those guys are a bunch of cowards. It's fine to fight among themselves, but who dares to provoke the God-Devil City? I remember that there was a dragon mother from the Myriad Kingdom in the past. Her daughter died, but she didn't even dare to fart. That seems to be the strongest person in the Western region. Who knows? Maybe it's some fool who isn't afraid of death. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the experts of the Blood Axe Snake Clan landed one after another and surrounded Ling Xiao, who was sitting there drinking tea and listening to a tune. Those who have nothing to do with this, get out. With an order, countless people in the tea house fled. Even the martial artists in the God-Devil City knew how terrifying the Blood Axe Snake Clan was. They definitely couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, when the Blood Axe Snake Clan told them to get out, they could only get out. In an instant, only the Blood Axe Snake Clan and Ling Xiao were left in the tea house. Save me. The young girl had long lost her previous arrogance and domineering aura. She had become panicked. Let go of my young miss. The second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist shouted sternly. At the same time, a terrifying aura was released from his body and engulfed Ling Xiao, wanting to knock him out. However, how could Ling Xiao, who had already experienced the deterrence of the Heavenly King's Sky Sword Annihilation Domain, be afraid of this aura? He sneered disdainfully and lightly scratched with his fingernail. A trace of blood flowed down the young girl's neck. This scene stunned all the experts of the Blood Axe Snake clan for a moment, and then their faces turned ugly. They were here to save their young miss. If their young miss was killed because of their negligence, the patriarch of the Blood Axe Snake clan would definitely not let them off. If you are here to negotiate, we can have a good talk. If you are here to find fault, then continue to pressure me. Then you can continue to pressure me. If my hand accidentally trembles, perhaps this girl's neck will be broken. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. It was you who killed her. Ling Xiao's voice was still so indifferent. However, it made the faces of the Blood Axe Snake clan change drastically. They could hear the coldness and killing intent in Ling Xiao's voice. This was a madman who absolutely couldn't be judged by common sense. They couldn't bear the price of their young miss's death. Once their young miss was killed, they probably wouldn't have an easy time. Boy, you should know what you are doing, right? The person who spoke first frowned and continued. There was still a hint of threat in his voice, as if he wanted these people to completely submit to this unknown brat. It wouldn't be that easy. Shut up, do you want to kill me? The young girl screamed in horror. Although her neck was no longer bleeding, waves of pain were still coming. He wanted her to understand her situation. She didn't care about the prestige of the family. She only cared about whether she could leave alive. The leading expert frowned. Although he was unwilling to bow to this young man, he had no other choice at this moment. Tell me, what do you want? That person said, as long as it is something we can do, we will definitely do it. Our only request is that you must return the young miss. Chapter 3450. That's right. That's more like a businessman. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he struck the girl's back with a terrifying palm force. The girl screamed as her meridians were all broken. You crippled me. The girl roared hysterically. Don't blame me. They're the ones playing tricks. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Blood Axe Snake clan's expert and said, At 4 o'clock, the one who is only 2 meters away from me can come out. Your invisibility technique is not very good. If you don't come out, I'll kill her now. I believe that if she dies, your fate will be worse than mine. In the corner where no one was, a figure gradually appeared. It was a martial artist at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, but he had a special shadow martial spirit. However, Ling Xiao had the shadow martial spirit before, so he was very familiar with its characteristics. Trying to avoid his soul force detection was simply a fantasy. Screwed up. The man frowned. He didn't kill the girl, but also caused the girl's cultivation to be crippled. This loss was too great. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, I'll do what I say. I won't let her have an easy time. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity for the beauty in his hands. If he pitied her now, he would be cruel to himself. He would be courting death. Stop, we won't mess around anymore. You don't have to do anything. The leader's face was extremely ugly. He was regretful, embarrassed, and a little afraid. The young man in front of him had a maturity and insidiousness that didn't match his age. Such a person was really not to be trifled with. I hope so. Ling Xiao sneered and said, although this girl is crippled, maybe it's a good thing for her. Relying on a little strength, she acted recklessly on the street. She didn't meet a fierce character in the past, so she was safe and sound. Today, she met me. She's unlucky. Without strength, she should be able to restrain herself in the future. At least, under the protection of the elders, she can live for a few more days. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the girl didn't have any intention of repenting. In her heart, there was only anger. She was still thinking that as long as she could escape, she must kill this person. She definitely wouldn't let this person continue to live. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care what she was thinking, because Ling Xiao had his own plans. I don't ask for much. I'm going to participate in the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. And I'll keep this woman's life. When we leave the God-Devil City, I'll let her go. During this period of time, it's best that your Blood Axe Snake clan doesn't do anything. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't ruthlessly destroy a flower. The reason why Ling Xiao stayed behind was to say this. It would be best if the peace talks. If they couldn't reach an agreement, they could just leave, the inheritance ancient. Moreover, he believed that the map of the Western divine tombs that he possessed was definitely the key to the ancient sword imperial mausoleum, although it was not one of the keys. But it was something even more important. Without the map of the Western region, even if those people obtained all the keys and opened the ancient sword emperor's tomb, they wouldn't be able to obtain the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Maybe his luck was good. Not only could he participate in the God and Devil Invitational Tournament safely, but he could also obtain the ancient sword emperor's inheritance. Let's do it this way. If you let our young lady go, we can guarantee that we won't attack you during the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. The leader of the experts said, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? It's fine if you don't have sincerity. Or rather, with your status, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. Since that's the case, find someone who is qualified. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and turned to leave. He only left a sentence. If I find out who's following me, I'll immediately kill this woman. If you don't believe me, you can try. The reason why he left now was because he already knew the Blood Axe Snake Clan's attitude. As one of the 3 great families in the God and Devil City, it was absolutely impossible for them to accept his request. Even if he had a hostage, this was a great family. Sometimes, they were terrifyingly cruel. For the sake of the family's face, they could abandon anyone, including the family's patriarch. And that young lady clearly did not have such a status, so she was even easier to abandon. There was actually no point for him to stay here. If another one came, he would probably still be as arrogant. The Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao left with their young lady, but there was nothing they could do. They wanted to chase after them, but they were worried that this action would cause their young lady to be killed. However, if they did not chase, if their young lady was in any danger, the unlucky ones in the end would still be them. The internal conflict in their hearts put them in a dilemma. All of you go back. This matter is indeed not something we can handle. It's better to quickly report to the young patriarch and let him make a decision. The Blood Axe Snake Clan's people came quickly and left quickly. Only a group of dumbfounded passers-by were left behind. They never dreamed that a youth who looked to be 16 or 17 years old would actually dare to cripple their young lady in front of the Blood Axe Snake Clan's people. Yet, after doing this, he could still leave safely. This ability was probably something that many martial artists in the Divine Devil City could not do. When did such a person appear in the Western region? Even the ancient Sword Emperor might not be so domineering back then. After returning to their residence, Ling Xiao told them what had happened. Both Du Hun and Zhan Hun were dumbfounded. Both of them could not believe that such a thing was actually true. Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple the young lady of the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Will there be anyone following us? Du Hun asked cautiously. No, I have checked carefully and confirmed that there is no problem, Dark Frost said. At this time, Dark Frost had returned to her original appearance. With her terrifying strength at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, coupled with her identity as a Soul Clan member, basically no one could avoid her search. What should we do with that woman? Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Let's keep her for the time being. It's not too late to kill her if she's really useless. Anyway, she's in my beast ring and won't affect anything. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of pity for the young lady. In fact, when the young lady ordered the white ape to devour the little girl, he already felt that the woman was bound to die. Not to mention that the woman wanted to kill him again and again. With his character, how could he be merciful? He would kill if he had to. But now, the woman's life was still useful, so he did not intend to kill her so early. Okay, we'll do as you say. Dark Frost was naturally willing to listen to Ling Xiao. It's a pity that today's shopping plan has to be cancelled. Everyone, have a good rest. There are more important things in the Central Square tomorrow. Ling Xiao sighed. The people of the Blood Axe Snake Clan really deserve to die. They made him unable to even go shopping in peace. Chapter 3451. Blood Axe Snake Clan, one of the three great clans in God Devil City, and also one of the three great helpers of the God Devil token's owner. At this moment, in the Patriarch's study. This person was the Patriarch of Blood Axe Snake Clan, Shifeng. He was also the father of the girl that Ling Xiao kidnapped. Even sitting there, the Patriarch of Blood Axe Snake Clan could still release a terrifying aura. No one would dare to approach within 100 feet of him. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A young man walked in with a somewhat flustered expression. Xiaozong, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Xiaozong Shi, the young Patriarch of Blood Axe Snake Clan, had the most arrogant strength among the younger generation. My sister was kidnapped. Xiaozong Shi looked at his father carefully and finally said it. He knew that his father doted on that girl the most, and because of this, that girl was spoiled to the point of being a little unsightly. What? Without any movement from Shifeng, the chair under him directly shattered into pieces. But his body was still sitting there steadily, as if there was another chair in the air. Xiaozong Shi hurriedly knelt down, like a small boat in the middle of a monstrous wave, his face full of fear. He was a martial artist at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm, but in front of his father, he was not worth mentioning. At this moment, he once again felt the inferiority of an ant. Speak, what happened? Shifeng was obviously suppressing the anger in his heart. His daughter, even he had not beaten up, but now someone dared to kidnap her. Sister was shopping in the city, but she did not expect to encounter someone deliberately looking for trouble. He actually killed many of our people, and even a martial artist at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm was not his match. Red Spot was also killed. Later on, Sister was held hostage by that person, and the experts of the clan went to ask for her, but they did not expect that person to be so arrogant and domineering. He actually crippled Sister's cultivation. Xiaozong Shi's words were all good, as if the other person was deliberately looking for trouble, and the people of Blood Axe Snake Clan were all white lotus flowers. Shifeng naturally knew that there were many lies in Xiaozong Shi's words, but he did not care. Daring to kidnap his daughter, he had to die. Bring people to find him personally. Even if you have to search the entire God Devil City, you have to dig this person out for me. Don't kill him yet. Agree to whatever he wants. Once your sister is released, kill her immediately. Your son obeys. Shi Xiaozong nodded. Also, be careful when you're in the city. Don't provoke the city lord's men. Shifeng added. I know. Shi Xiaozong cupped his hands and left. When he reached the door, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the Divine Devil City, other than the city lord, no one dared to offend the Blood Axe Serpent clan. He really didn't expect a trash from the western regions to be the descendant of a prisoner. He actually dared to lay his hands on his sister. That night was silent. The second day was the official start of the Fiend God Invitational Tournament. Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the central square early. Because the four great forces were hostile towards each other, they didn't stay together. Instead, each of them stood in their respective positions, waiting for the arrival of the Fiend God token's owner. However, what they were waiting for was not the master of the Fiend God token, but a group of fiendish powerhouses. In the sky, demonic beasts flew, blocking out the morning sun. On the ground, there was a dense mass of nearly 10,000 people, and there were many powerhouses among them. The terrifying pressure made the warriors of the four great forces of the western regions tremble in fear. They came to the unfamiliar Divine Devil City and finally felt the sorrow and fear of being the weak. No one dared to make a sound. They all looked at these people quietly, wanting to know what they were going to do. What's going to come is still coming. Ling Xiao frowned. Although he had already thought of this possibility the day before, he had never thought of it. He still didn't expect the Blood Axe Serpent clan to not take his words seriously. In that case, it seemed that he could only kill the hostages. Have any of you seen this person before? The leader of the group took out a portrait. It was Ling Xiao in the portrait. Although there was a big difference between the portrait and the real person, anyone who was familiar with Ling Xiao could tell. You guys stay away from me. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said to Warrior Soul and Warrior Soul, that won't do. Since the enemy has come to us, even if we're not strong enough to defeat the reincarnation divine realm martial artist, we'll still be able to defeat him. But there are also many 9th level life seizers and heaven-seizing fate-changing realm martial artists. Killing one is enough. Killing two is enough. You want us to escape? We can't. Warrior Soul said. That's right. Brother Ling, don't try to persuade us. We're all together. Even if we escape, they'll find us. Let's think about how to fight together. Warrior Soul said. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt a sense of belonging to the Soul Hall. It wasn't just because of Dark Frost, but also because he had other friends in the Soul Hall that he could fight for. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He quietly waited for the storm to come. He didn't have a good relationship with the other 3 forces. Therefore, if anyone recognized the person in the portrait, they would immediately betray him. There was no use in running. He could only fight. I don't know him. The Linglong Saintess was the first to speak. She was a proud woman who thought she was infallible. But she also hated people from the God Devil City, and she hated people from the West region even more. Therefore, she didn't want to betray Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao a little. His impression of this proud woman improved a lot. Although there had been a war of words, there was no big grudge in the end. He had killed martial artists from the Linglong Palace before, but they were all small fries, and no one cared. Besides, the Linglong Palace had troubled him before, so they were even. Linglong Saintess, why are you helping that trash? It's really puzzling. At this time, the emperor stood up and said to the people in the sky, Everyone, I've seen this person before. Oh? Who is he? Where is he? The expert of the Blood Axe Snake Clan asked. His name is Ling Xiao. He was originally a nobody in the West region, but I don't know how he got lucky. He was favored by the Soul Hall Master, Dark Frost. Now he's very arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously, the emperor said loudly. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, he could roughly guess it by looking at the way things were going. Anyway, these people must be here to trouble Ling Xiao. He didn't mind letting others kill Ling Xiao. It would save him a lot of trouble. Haha. No wonder the people in the God Devil City said that the West region is a group of ants who only know how to fight among themselves. It seems like it's true. Prince Tian, Ling Xiao, will remember what happened today. We're not done. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time and walked out of the crowd. Anyway, he had been exposed. If he didn't say anything, he would be a bastard. Seeing Ling Xiao walking out of the crowd, the people of the Blood Axe Snake Clan compared the portrait in their hands. It was 70 to 80% similar. Chapter 3452. With Prince Tian's identification, coupled with the similarity of the portrait, the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists believed that there should be no mistake. For a moment, the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists gathered one after another, while the surrounding people avoided them, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Hee, that kid is a bit too arrogant. He even dares to provoke the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Does he really think that with Dark Frost's protection, he can be lawless? Tyranny Tianhai sneered in his heart. Back then, it was Ling Xiao who completely destroyed his confidence and his domineering aura. That battle had become the greatest stain in his life. He wished that Ling Xiao could die 1,000 times. At this moment, he was naturally gloating. In the myriad countries and Heavenly Emperor dynasty, there were also many martial artists gloating. Almost everyone knew that Ling Xiao had provoked a powerful character. Next, there would definitely be trouble. Maybe he wouldn't even be able to participate in the God Devil Invitational. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the expert standing in the void and smiled coldly. I said, if you dare to attack me, I will kill your young Mississippi. Are you planning to let her die? You dare to kidnap our Blood Axe Snake Clan's young miss. You are indeed very courageous. Our patriarch admires your courage, so he let us make a deal with you. If you let our young miss go, we can let you live. In the void, a person spoke loudly. Then should I be grateful? Ling Xiao mocked. You don't seem to understand the situation. Your young miss is in my hands now. You'd better do whatever I tell you to do, unless you don't want that young miss to live. Heavens, that kid is really bold. Facing the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists, he didn't even blink. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the faces of all the martial artists from the western region turned ugly. They were worried that Ling Xiao had offended the Blood Axe Snake Clan, which would eventually lead to the killing of all the martial artists in the western region. That was not worth it. Ling Xiao, you'd better be careful with your words. Don't implicate others. The Koi King said loudly. What? The Koi King, one of the 4 kings of Tato land, was actually afraid? What a joke. What can you do about what I want to do? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the Koi King, before looking up at the experts of the Blood Axe Snake Clan. If you want your young miss to return, you have to show me your sincerity. Only we can talk about the conditions. What do you mean? The expert from the Blood Axe Serpent Clan asked. Kill that person, and I'll talk to you. Ling Xiao pointed at Prince Tian. He said coldly. In that instant, Prince Tian's face turned pale. He knew that his life was nothing in the eyes of the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists. For the sake of that young lady, the Blood Axe Serpent Clan's people might really attack him. Fellow experts, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. He's just toying with all of you. Prince Tian hurriedly shouted. The Blood Axe Serpent Race's expert looked at Ling Xiao and said, Killing a piece of trash is no problem at all. But you have to let our young miss go first. You have to understand that this is not a condition. It's just a way for you to show your sincerity. If you don't even dare to kill a piece of trash that has nothing to do with you, then what's the point of talking? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The Blood Axe Serpent Race's experts looked at each other and felt that this brat was difficult to deal with. Although killing a Prince Tian was really nothing much. Prince Tian was a seeded contestant of the God Devil Invitational Tournament, which involved the excavation of the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum's inheritance. If they killed him, they would offend the owner of the God Devil token, and they would have to suffer. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. But if they did not listen to Ling Xiao, with Ling Xiao's temper, he would definitely not let their young miss go. They could not disobey the orders of the Blood Axe Serpent Race's patriarch. For a moment, they were once again in a dilemma. Moreover, the martial artists gathered here were not too strong. The strongest was only at the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The reason why they did not attack was related to their strength. The Blood Axe Serpent Race's experts were rushing over. When they arrived, everything would become clear. Why don't we wait? We can't make a decision on this matter. The Blood Axe Serpent Race's martialist said, I don't mind. Ling Xiao said that he did not mind, but he had already started to plan his escape route. He definitely would not place his hopes of survival on the other party's kindness. This place was the center of the Divine Devil City. It was relatively far from the 4 city gates. However, Ling Xiao was certain that a powerful array formation had been set up in the Divine Devil City. The core of the array formation was here. As long as this array formation was broken, everything in the Divine Devil City would stop working. When that happened, the prison doors would open due to the loss of energy. The demonic beasts and prisoners locked up inside would escape. The Divine Devil City would definitely fall into chaos. Chaos was also the key to escape. Master, I'm counting on you. Ling Xiao said to the Yuan Venerate that was residing in his body. No problem. The Yuan Venerate knew very well that whether Ling Xiao could escape or not was related to whether he could take revenge in the future. Naturally, he had to do his best. Ling Xiao became calmer as he thought of a way to escape. At this moment, the powerhouse of the Blood Axe Snake Clan standing in the void suddenly shouted, You lied to us just now, didn't you? Ling Xiao looked up and found that those people were looking at the Linglong Saintess. The Linglong Saintess did not look too good. Offending the Blood Axe Snake Clan was definitely a big problem for her. If she did not solve it well, she was afraid that she would be beheaded. How can you say that I lied to him? He doesn't know me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, Why are you guys like dogs? You bite whoever you see? Do you really think that the people of the Western region are weak? The Linglong Saintess was obviously a little surprised when she heard Ling Xiao's words. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao's words could help her or not, she appreciated his kind intentions. She had been a little disrespectful to Ling Xiao previously, and now she felt a little regretful. In her opinion, although Ling Xiao was not well known, he was much better than some good-for-nothings who only knew how to fight among themselves. Dark Frost Girl, do it. These people are waiting for reinforcements. I'm afraid that the negotiation later will not be successful. Do it first and buy time for my master to break the array of the divine devil city. Ling Xiao was worried that there were also array masters in the Blood Axe Snake clan. It would be bad if they saw through his plan. So he planned to lead the enemies away first. He wanted his master to break the formation here in a down-to-earth manner. Understood. Dark Frost nodded. Then she suddenly attacked. Countless sharp spikes appeared in the void. She directly assassinated more than a dozen first-level Rebirth Realm warriors. The most terrifying thing about the Soul Secret technique was that it was hidden, because the body did not need to move. The enemy could not judge whether you were performing the technique or not. No one expected that Dark Frost would suddenly attack. For a moment, both the Blood Axe Snake clan and the warriors of the western region were a little stunned. However, just as they were stunned, Ling Xiao had already attacked. Chapter 3453. As soon as the fight began, Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. As the terrifying undying bird fire spread through the crowd, miserable screams rang out. So what if you're from the Blood Axe Hydras? That bitch wanted to kill me, so I crippled her cultivation base. Since you want me dead, I'll kill you all. As he spoke, he unleashed more black poison mist. The combination of fire and poison was like a disaster. Although the Blood Axe Hydras had quite a few experts, most of them were only in the heaven-seizing or life-seizing level. Countless people were killed or injured by this sudden attack. Furthermore, the damage was continuous and could spread. In some ways, it was even more terrifying than Dark Frost's attack. This guy is a killing machine. When the Western Domain martial artists saw Ling Xiao's attack, their expressions turned unsightly. Ling Xiao's attacks weren't necessarily powerful, but they were difficult to defend against. Furthermore, they covered a large area. Only someone strong could defend against them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defend against. Even people stronger than Ling Xiao would have to expend a lot of true energy to defend against the fire and poison. In the end, their fighting prowess would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the Battle Souls joined the fight. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao and Dark Frost, they were still far stronger. Ling Xiao's Deviant Flame and Poison Mist had greatly weakened their enemies. All they had to do was take the heads. In any case, Ling Xiao's Poison Mist and Deviant Flame could be controlled, so they wouldn't harm their own people. Now, they could be at ease and do what they wanted to do. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao's attack wasn't over yet. After the Undying Bird Fire and Death Kingdom Poison, he unleashed the even more terrifying Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague was all-pervasive. It was especially useful for enemies who were injured. The wails grew louder and louder, causing all the Western region martial artists to be dumbstruck. Lunatics. Absolute lunatics. The God Devil Invitational hasn't even begun, and they're already fighting the Blood Axe Hydras. The Hall of Souls is crazy. Ling Xiao is even crazier. Many Western region martial artists turned pale with fright, afraid that they would be implicated. To most of the Western region martial artists, this was simply a nightmare. In the sky and on the ground, the Blood Axe Serpent Clan's martial artists obviously didn't expect that Ling Xiao and the others would take the initiative to attack. What gave them the biggest headache was that these people were terrifyingly strong, especially the little girl who looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old. Virtually one attack could annihilate several Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. Even in the Blood Axe Serpent Clan, he was definitely considered a powerhouse. Coupled with Ling Xiao's strange large-scale attack, they were in a complete mess. Lass, don't hold back. These people are waiting for reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrive, it will be troublesome. Ling Xiao roared as he fought. Dark Frost nodded and released her soul-devouring domain. All of the Blood Axe Snake Clan's martial artists in the domain suffered a soul attack. Although there were no wounds on the surface, their souls had been destroyed. One by one, they fell to the ground and became lifeless corpses. Ling Xiao's large-scale attack was still ongoing. Purple Lightning Thunder Bull Beast Soul, Earthquake. Cerberus Beast Soul, Scorching Hell. Frost Dragon Beast Soul, Icy Dragon Breath. Not only could his attack kill a large number of enemies, but it also created an excellent fighting environment for Dark Frost, the warrior soul, and the battle soul. In an instant, the Blood Axe Serpent Clan's martial artists were killed to the point that they couldn't fight back. I think the Blood Axe Serpent Clan's reputation is undeserved. They are actually suppressed by Ling Xiao and the others. They are all trash. Prince Tian seemed to have forgotten how fearful he was of the Blood Axe Serpent Clan. Now, he was acting cool again. Shut up. These people are just the middle level of the Blood Axe Serpent Clan. The real powerhouses are rushing here. King Zhong shouted sternly and then looked into the distance. There was a powerful aura coming from the horizon that made people tremble in fear. Master, how is it? Ling Xiao, who also felt the urgency of the matter, asked hurriedly. Wait a little longer. Soon. The array formation of Divine Devil City was harder to break than expected. However, the Yuan Venerate had already done his best. Based on his ability, the array formation would be broken in a little more than 10 minutes. Got it. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. That was the elite force of the Blood Axe Serpent Clan. Most of the martialists there had already been dealt with. The next step was crucial. No matter what, they had to persevere until the Yuan Venerate broke the array formation. Finally, the second-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialists arrived. However, perhaps due to the lack of time, only 2 came. Girl, you deal with one. The warrior soul, and I will deal with the other one. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't a match for a second-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist alone. However, if the 3 of them worked together, he would have a way to kill the second-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist. How dare you kill a member of the Blood Axe Serpent Clan? Amidst the furious roar, a Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist took the lead to charge out, charging towards Ling Xiao. His speed was so fast that he was clearly separated from the rest of the people behind him. Perhaps he was confident enough in himself. Thus, he didn't even think that he would be killed. He had rushed out very quickly, but he had also died very quickly. Dark Frost didn't even move. She only glared at him coldly. A ghostly claw extended from the void and suddenly grabbed the martialist's heart. The second-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist didn't even have time to figure out what had happened. He died tragically on the spot. This scene made many martialists in the western region turn cold. Dark Frost is obviously stronger than before. She was only a first-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist. How did she improve so quickly? The Dragon Mother's expression was the worst. She had originally been the strongest person in the western region. However, Dark Frost's cultivation was now on par with hers. The most depressing thing was that, like her, Dark Frost was also a successor of the ancient emperor. At this moment, another second-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist had already charged over. Seeing that his companion was killed in one blow, he hesitated. At this moment, Ling Xiao released the Arctic Realm. At the same time, he threw out the Bloodthirsty Plague, Death Kingdom Black Poison, and Golden Silkworm Venom. Then, he disappeared in the air. The Warrior Soul and the War Soul pounced on the man and launched their most powerful attacks. A mere heaven-seizing, fate-changing realm martialist actually dares to come and die. Although the second-level Reincarnation Divine Boundary martialist was weakened in various ways, his cultivation realm was still at the same level. However, with his cultivation level, how could he be afraid of fighting souls and fighting souls? In his eyes, these 2 people were simply here to die. However, he didn't know that the attacks of the Warrior Soul and Battle Soul were just a cover. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful attack to kill these 2 ignorant challengers, a voice suddenly rang out. A chill ran down his spine. That feeling was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. He was shocked and hurriedly turned back to look. He saw a ball of bright flames. Chapter 3454. Immortal Fire of the Phoenix. Immortal Fire was more powerful than Strange Fire. It was more difficult to control it. However, as a doctor, Ling Xiao could still use Immortal Fire at close range. The premise was that the opponent couldn't avoid it. That was why he had to attract the attention of the warrior with his soul power and fighting soul. Although his Immortal Fire was powerful, it was too clumsy and could be easily avoided. At this moment, it was so close. It was impossible for the opponent to avoid it. He released the immortal fire and hit the LV2 Reincarnation Divine State Warrior. Ah! The man screamed and ran away crazily. The Reincarnation Divine State Warrior was really terrifying. After being hit by the immortal fire, half of his body was cut off immediately. He was still alive. Generally speaking, the Reincarnation Divine State Warrior wouldn't die immediately as long as his head and heart were intact. In the past, Ling Xiao was still skeptical, but today, he believed it completely. "I'll kill you." The man roared like a ferocious beast. "Fight." Ling Xiao wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. He could only fight it head-on. Although the opponent was a LV2 Reincarnation Divine State Warrior, he was seriously injured. He didn't believe he couldn't kill him. The 5 swords rose up again. He started to condense the most powerful sword move. However, at this moment, a petal suddenly pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the LV2 Reincarnation Divine State Warrior. The man was very close to Ling Xiao, but he couldn't attack anymore. He fell to the ground heavily and was burned to ashes by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned around. The Linglong Saintess looked at him calmly. Although others might not see it, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught it. At that moment, it was the Linglong Saintess of the Linglong Palace who attacked. "Thank you." He secretly transmitted his voice to her. The Linglong Saintess didn't respond. She was still very arrogant. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. There was such a proud woman in the world. At least she was much better than some unruly women. Oh no! The Soul Warrior suddenly came to Ling Xiao's side, and his face turned pale. The ones who came this time are actually all Reincarnation Deity Realm martial artists. Even the weakest is at the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. The Battle Soul also flew over and stood side by side with Ling Xiao, but their expressions were not good. Ling Xiao had already discovered that the ones who had come this time were the true elites of the Blood Axe Snake Clan. The weakest martial artist was at the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. There were also many second-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. There were even a few third-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. The aura of the strongest person was even more terrifying. He was definitely a martial artist above the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. However, this person was not very old, only in his 20s. Needless to say, the elites of the Blood Axe Snake Clan had entered and left. This time, the Blood Axe Snake Clan had suffered heavy losses. Naturally, they would not let Ling Xiao go. That 20-year-old youth was naturally the Blood Axe Serpent Clan's young master, Shi Xiaozong. And the young girl that Ling Xiao was holding hostage was precisely his younger sister. Good. Really very good. My Blood Axe Snake Clan has stood tall in Divine Devil City for thousands of years. No one has ever dared to kill my compatriots like this. Are you already prepared to die? Shi Xiaozong looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his voice revealing a strong killing intent. Most likely, today's matter absolutely could not be settled peacefully. When the Western region martial artists saw this scene, they were all trembling with fear and trepidation. The Blood Axe Snake Clan was well deserving of being the Blood Axe Snake Clan. A third-level Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist was actually not the strongest in the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Just a young patriarch had the combat strength of 4th-level Reincarnation Divine Realm cultivation and above. Then how terrifying would their patriarch be? How terrifying was the strength of Divine Devil City's City Lord? Hand over my sister, and I can give you all a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you all taste all kinds of punishments from my Blood Axe Snake Clan, making you wish you were dead. Can't die even if you want. What Shi Xiaozong was most concerned about was still his own sister. But the words that he said were just deceit. How could he let Ling Xiao go? After Ling Xiao handed over his sister, he would capture these people and go back to teach them a lesson. Here, Ling Xiao casually threw it. A person flew over. Shi Xiaozong hurriedly caught it, only to find that the sister he was looking for had long become a corpse. An ice-cold corpse. You killed my sister. Shi Xiaozong's tone was even colder. Nonsense, I warned you not to attack me, but you clearly didn't take my words seriously. Your sister's death was caused by your Blood Axe Snake Clan. Serves you right. Ling Xiao's voice was cold. In fact, the moment he knew that the hostage was useless, he was too lazy to keep that person alive. Damn it! Shi Shaozong gritted his teeth and looked fiercely at Ling Xiao and the rest. You no longer have the chance to choose. You must die, and you must suffer the most painful torture before dying. Laughable, we didn't have a choice in the first place. What are you thinking in your heart? Do you really think I don't know? I'll let your sister go, and then you'll teach me a lesson? In this world, no powerhouse will keep their promise to the weak, especially when there is a conflict of interest. Ling Xiao sneered. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Good disciple, it's done. You can escape at any time. The Yuan Venerate had finally taken control of the array formation in Divine Devil City. Not only did I break the array formation, but I also added some materials. I believe that as long as you are willing, Divine Devil City will fall into chaos in an instant. When the time comes, no one will care where you go, as they will have more important things to do. Thank you, Master. Please take a rest first. Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. The escape route was clear, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I implicated you all, and will have to die with me. Ling Xiao glanced at the fighting souls and fighting souls. Actually, the fighting souls and fighting souls could have stayed out of this matter. However, they didn't. What kind of joke is this? We are all good brothers. Why are you saying such nonsense? Besides, our lives were saved by you. If it weren't for you, we would have been dogs for the rest of our lives. The fighting souls scolded jokingly. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? As a martialist, you should have already disregarded death. The fighting souls added, Today is the happiest day of my life. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Don't worry, you won't die. Dark Frost stood in front of the three of them and released her aura confidently. She was the strongest among the four of them, so she couldn't lose hope. Otherwise, the other three would lose hope too. Ha ha ha, little girl, you're right. We won't die. No one will die. He suddenly turned to Shi Shaozong and said, Come on, let's fight since you want to. However, after this battle, I can guarantee that the Blood Axe Snake Tribe will never have a foothold in Divine Devil City again. Chapter 3455. Ling Zhao's words were not just empty words. He was indeed no match for the masters of the Blood Axe Snake Clan, but it was very difficult for them to kill him. But he could use his various life-saving and sneak attacks to make the warriors of the Blood Axe Snake Clan restless all day. If the Dark Frost was added to the mix, not many of the masters of the Blood Axe Snake Clan could survive today. I've never seen such an arrogant warrior of the Western region. Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shaozong Shi released his terrifying aura, covering Ling Xiao and the other three. Shaozong Shi, we were invited to the Mythical Invitational. Do you want to ruin the plan of the Mythical Token's owner? Or do you think you can bear the responsibility if you kill them? Suddenly, the Linglong Saintess walked out of the crowd. She had thought for a long time before making such a decision. It was very difficult for her, but she couldn't just stand by and watch. Their ancestors had taught them that the warriors of the Western region must be united. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. If she didn't help Ling Xiao today, would Ling Xiao help her when she was in trouble in the future? The answer was obvious. She was gambling on her own fate, and also gambling on Ling Xiao's character. Hearing the Linglong Saintess's words, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. The Mythical Token's owner wanted them to enter the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum to find the inheritance of the Ancient Sword Emperor. If they died, there would be flaws in the plan. It might even be a big problem. Even so, he shouldn't have killed my sister and over 10,000 people of the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Shaozong, she said coldly. What a joke. I just stood there and let your sister kill me. Is that enough? The Blood Axe Snake Clan is indeed arrogant. You don't even understand this simple principle? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't know about your grudges, and I don't want to know. But the Mythical Invitational is about to begin. Aren't you afraid that the Mythical Token's owner will be angry? The Linglong Saintess was using the Mythical Token's name. Actually, She didn't know how the owner of the Divine Devil Order would deal with this matter. However, in order to help Ling Xiao, she could only say so. Obviously, she had made the right bet. After hearing what the Linglong Saintess said, Shi Xiaozong frowned. Although he was still full of murderous intent. However, it was obvious that he had restrained himself a lot. Whether it was Darkfrost, Ling Xiao, Soulless, or Soulless, they were all here to participate in the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. He was invited by the owner of the Fiend God Order. It was related to a huge plan. If he really killed these people today, it would be very troublesome. I don't think Master will blame me for killing a person. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. A thunderous voice rang out. Father. Shi Xiaozong could tell that the voice belonged to his father. Do as I say. Capture that guy called Ling Xiao. We can ignore the rest for now. The voice said again. Your son obeys. Shi Xiaozong finally had a backbone. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, there are 37 people participating in the tournament. I don't think it's a big deal if you're not here. It's not a big deal if you're here. If we kill you, Master won't blame us either. I'll take it as revenge for my sister. As for the rest, I'll deal with them after the God and Devil Invitational Tournament. Shi Xiaozong's figure trembled, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards Ling Xiao. If you want to kill him, you'll have to step over my dead body. Darkfrost snorted and used the soul-devouring wand. A terrifying aura swept across the sky. The terrifying soul secret technique collided with Shi Xiaozong's attack. Boom! With a terrifying loud sound, Shi Xiaozong was forced back dozens of steps. However, Darkfrost didn't move an inch. Inheritance of the ancient emperor. Shi Xiaozong frowned. He was a martial artist at the 4th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. His opponent should be at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. She shouldn't be his opponent. However, with the inheritance of the ancient emperor, she could firmly suppress him. His expression turned somewhat unsightly. I'll deal with this woman. You guys go and kill that Ling Xiao. At this moment, capturing Ling Xiao alive had become an extravagant hope. The only thing Shi Xiaozong wanted to do was to kill Ling Xiao and end it all. He once again fought with Darkfrost. The terrifying collision between the two continued to reverberate in the sky. One just stood there motionlessly and used the soul secret technique. The other was like a shooting star flashing in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Boom, boom, boom. The space was distorted because of the collision between the two. The Blood Axe Snake Race's martial artists wanted to get close to Ling Xiao. However, due to the energy that leaked out, they couldn't move an inch forward. A few rash fellows rushed over. Soon, they were swallowed by the void and died on the spot. Ling Xiao looked at the battle in the sky and gritted his teeth coldly. He once again released his area of effect technique. Bloodthirsty Plague, Death Kingdom Black Poison, Earthquake, Scorching Hell. The large area of effect attack caused little damage to martial artists above LV1 of the Reincarnation Divine State Realm. However, it wasn't impossible. Taking this opportunity, Ling Xiao killed his way into the crowd. He couldn't afford to offend martial artists above LV2 of the Reincarnation Divine State Realm. However, he could kill martial artists below LV1 of the Reincarnation Divine State Realm. Sigh. In the end, it still ended up like this. The Linglong Saintess sighed and flew into the sky, ready to help. Today's battle wasn't just a simple battle between Ling Xiao and the Blood Axe Snake Race. It was also a rebellion of the Western region's martial artists against the Divine Devil City and the 4 major regions. Boom! Suddenly, just as the battle in the sky was in a mess, a terrifying aura descended. All the battles were forced to stop. That terrifying aura made people feel incomparable fear and tremble. The owner of the Divine Devil Token, who was dressed in black and wearing a strange mask, finally appeared and sat in the middle of the rostrum. Have you had enough fun? Although his voice was soft and indifferent, it was filled with terrifying pressure. All the martial artists in the sky landed on the ground, trembling in fear in front of him. Shifeng, I know you love your daughter dearly, but your daughter is arrogant and domineering. I've already warned you. I've warned you, but you didn't know. You even instigated her to kill the innocent. You've finally met your match, haven't you? I won't comment on her death. In short, give me some face. Before my plan is completed, can you let go of your grudge? The voice of the owner of the divine devil token drifted into the distance. Shifeng, the leader of the Blood Axe snake race, who didn't show up, hurried over. He knelt in front of the owner of the divine devil token and said, "Whatever you say, master." "That's the best. Let your people do what they should do. Don't forget your accusations." The owner of the divine devil token said lightly, "Yes." Subordinate obeys. In front of the owner of the divine devil token, even the powerful Shifeng didn't dare to say anything. His son, Shi Shaozong, didn't dare to do anything. After Shifeng left, the owner of the divine devil token looked at Ling Xiao. "You're amazing. You dare to kill my people in the divine devil city. Are you really not afraid of me?" Chapter 3456. Hearing the owner's words, Ling Xiao felt a chill in his heart. However, he was still neither servile nor overbearing. "Senior, you are wrong. I don't want to cause trouble, but if someone provokes me, I will not be merciful. You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Even if Shifeng's daughter provoked you and wanted to kill you, you just have to run for your life. Killing her is the same as slapping my face." The owner of the Fiend God token released a terrifying aura. The battle spirits had already knelt down. Dark Frost was also trembling. Only Ling Xiao, with his Sky Tyrant martial spirit supporting him, stood there with his head held high. He did not kneel down at all. "Since you know it's a dog, you should look after it. Otherwise, don't blame me if it's beaten to death," Ling Xiao said tit for tat. The owner of the Fiend God token was stunned for a moment. In this world, there are really people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Interesting. Do you know that if I want to kill you, I only need a finger to make you disappear from this world? I don't know. I don't think you have that kind of ability. Ling Xiao did not know the owner's true strength. However, his cultivation should be at the reincarnation divine realm, just higher. It would not be easy to kill him. He had even killed an expert from the Eternal Life Palace. What was a Fiend God token owner to him? That guy is crazy, really crazy. How can he talk to the owner of the Fiend God token like that? Does he really think that he is on equal footing with that kind of expert? Prince Tian was so scared that his face turned pale. That was the owner of the Fiend God token, a monster who could destroy the entire western region in a fit of anger. What a reckless guy. I have to hand it to him. Where did he get the guts to do that? King Koi's face turned ashen. "Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. I hope you don't die in the Fiend God Invitational Tournament because I will kill you with my own hands. However, it has to be after the tournament." The owner of the Fiend God token laughed out loud. No one could make him so angry. This young man did it. All right, enough with the nonsense. The 37 people who entered the world of the dead, come out. Come and get your armor of rules from me. The owner of the God Devil token did not look at Ling Xiao again. There was no need to fight with someone who was about to die. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao would survive the God and Devil Invitational Tournament, he had already decided to put this audacious guy to death. The God Fiend Invitational Tournament was more important. His plan was more important. What is the armor of laws? Ling Xiao asked Dark Frost. It's something that can activate the rules of the world of the dead. After wearing it, you can be teleported out when you're on the verge of death. Otherwise, the rules won't apply. Dark Frost explained. There's actually something like this? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. It's over. I've offended the owner of the God Devil token. I'm afraid he won't give me the armor of rule. I don't think so. After all, he's an expert. He wouldn't be so narrow-minded. Dark Frost was stunned for a moment. However, Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. I'm really sorry that the armor of rule is missing, little doll. It was unknown what expression the owner of the God Devil token had behind the mask, but there was a hint of ridicule in his words. The dignified owner of the God Devil token is so narrow-minded. What a joke. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I don't have the armor of rule. Ling Xiao sneered, looked at the owner of the God Devil token, and said, You just want those people to attack me. But I can tell you clearly that whoever attacks me, I'll kill them. Don't think that your armor of rule is omnipotent. Even if they're wearing the armor of rule, I can still kill them if I want it. The so-called rules, to put it bluntly, were actually larger and more mysterious formations. As long as it was a formation, Ling Xiao could break it and was not afraid. Brat, you're stubborn. If you want the armor of rule, that's fine. Kneel down and apologize. Maybe I can think of where to find extra armor of rule. The owner of the God-Devil token laughed. No need. Ling Xiao turned around and returned to his position. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't I give you my armor of rule? Anyway, those people can't possibly be my match. There's not much meaning in me wanting this. Dark Frost said, you mustn't. Without the armor of rule, you'll become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the world of the dead not only has martial artists, but also those undead. It's very dangerous. If you get injured and don't have the armor of rule, it'll be very dangerous. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, and I reckon that the armor of rule can't be exchanged with each other. You're right. Once the armor of rule is given to others, the two people's armor of rule will lose its effect. The owner of the God-Devil token sneered and said, Brat, your brain is pretty good. It's a pity that you're too arrogant. Otherwise, maybe you can become a pretty good dog under my account. Be your dog? I, Ling Xiao, have never thought of being anyone's dog in my entire life. I'd rather die, not be a dog. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. Good, very good. I'd like to see how long a stubborn person like you can last. The owner of the God token looked at Ling Xiao. The more unruly a person was, the more he had the desire to destroy or make them submit. Only then would there be a sense of accomplishment. Otherwise, if the other party surrendered so easily, then it would be meaningless. At the same time, many of the Western region's martial artists looked at Ling Xiao. Prince Tian was one of them. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao was Long Chen's original boss, he couldn't be at ease as long as Ling Xiao was alive. Moreover, when he was in the green zone, he had suffered a hidden loss. Even now, he was still angry. The Koi King was also one of them. Back then, in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum, she was almost killed by Ling Xiao. If the Dragon Shark King hadn't arrived, she would have been a corpse now. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao go, no matter if it was for revenge or to defend her honor. Tian High Tyranny was also one of them. The hatred between him and Ling Xiao could be traced back to the White Tiger continent. In the Revenge Alliance, there were a few young talents who were unhappy with Ling Xiao. Their reason was the simplest. That was, Ling Xiao actually received the help and care of the Linglong Saintess. This made them go crazy with jealousy. The Linglong Saintess could only be a member of the Revenge Alliance. Even if she was to marry someone, she should marry someone from the Revenge Alliance. Now that Ling Xiao didn't have the rule armor, it was completely possible for him to die in the undead world. Killing Ling Xiao and possibly obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance, how could they give up such a good thing? Feeling these people's gazes, Ling Xiao directly raised his middle finger. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'll kill whoever comes to kill me. Arrogant. Too arrogant. But we have to be careful of him. After all, this guy knows that he will be killed by the God Token's owner. He might even play some tricks during the battle. He's the best at this. Everyone wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they were also afraid of Ling Xiao's tricks. It was a contradiction. Chapter 3457. The world of the dead was similar to many other small worlds. The moment one entered the portal, they would be separated. There was no one beside Ling Xiao at this time. Only an endless aura of death lingered in the air. He wasn't in a hurry to find others to fight. Instead, he was very interested in this mysterious world of the dead. According to Dark Frost, the world of the dead was where the spirits of the immemorial tomb were sealed. But what kind of creature was the undead? Or were they not living creatures at all? Shaking his head, he couldn't figure it out. Since that was the case, he might as well move on. He would think about it after he met up with the three from the Hall of Souls. Darkfrost should be fine by herself, but the two of them would be in trouble if they ran into a Rebirth Realm cultivator. Therefore, he had to help them as soon as possible. They had formed a deep friendship in the previous battles, and Ling Xiao didn't want them to be eliminated so easily. Because of the Taiji Eye, Ling Xiao could choose to avoid people he didn't want to meet. If he couldn't avoid them, he would have to see their attitude. If they didn't know what was good for them and insisted on being enemies with him, he wouldn't mind making a move. It's the soul power. Before long, Ling Xiao sensed the soul power's aura. The soul power's aura was violent, and he should be in the middle of a battle. Through the Taiji eye, he could see that the soul power was being attacked by two people. One of them was a life-seizing realm cultivator who was as strong as the soul power. The other was a 9th-level life-sizer. Although the soul power wouldn't be defeated for the time being, it was still difficult for him. There were so many people in the Vengeance Alliance that it was easy to form a pair. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and rushed over. He didn't want to fight a battle that didn't benefit him at all. The two Vengeance Alliance cultivators were no threat to him at all, and they couldn't bring him any benefits. "Get lost," he said coldly, standing there and looking at the soul power coldly. The soul power was overjoyed when he saw Ling Xiao. If this battle went on, he would be eliminated sooner or later. Besides, the Vengeance Alliance had so many people to begin with. If 2 became 3, he would be in trouble. Ling Xiao's appearance was tantamount to giving him a backbone. The two Avenging Alliance cultivators glanced at each other, obviously somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. They had all seen the battle between Ling Xiao and the Blood Axe Snake Clan. The heaven-seizing, fate-changing realm martial artists were like a bunch of chickens in front of Ling Xiao, unable to resist at all. What are you being so arrogant for? You don't even have a rule armor. We won't die, but you can't." Despite the fear in his heart. But as soon as they thought about how Ling Xiao didn't have the rule armor, the two Revenge Alliance martial artists immediately regained their courage. At most, he would be teleported out. If he could kill Ling Xiao, he would not only obtain glory, but also the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. I can't kill you, but as far as I know, the armor of rule can only send you out when you're on the verge of death. Since you want to fight, I'll let you have a taste of being cut into pieces. Ling Xiao hated doing things that he didn't want to do. If these two people scrammed, he could avoid a boring battle. But these two people not leaving, he was very unhappy. If he was unhappy, the consequences would be very serious. Finished talking, he suddenly made a move. Resplendent swordlight bloomed in the pitch-black world of the dead. Among them, the mystic snake devil sect martial artist's arms were directly chopped off, and he screamed hysterically in pain. Remember, this is the lesson. Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial technique, purely ordinary attacks, and it made the mystic snake devil sect martial artist completely lose his combat strength. I'll scram. The other person should be someone from the 7-star Sword Palace. Seeing his companion's arms easily cut off, he rolled on the ground in pain. But he couldn't die, nor could he be teleported out. That torturous feeling made him tremble all over in fear. Scram? Don't you think it's a bit late now? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I can't be bothered to make a move. You kill yourself, you can't die anyway. Looking at his companion on the ground, the 7-star Sword Palace martial artist gritted his teeth, then slit his own throat. Being teleported out and eliminated was better than enduring the torment. Holy crap, Brother Ling, you're so brutal. You didn't even need to make a move, and that 9th stage life-sizer ended his own life. The Soul Warrior couldn't have been more excited. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with the Soul Hall. Otherwise, the Soul Hall would have been treated the same way in the God Devil Invitational. Ling Xiao chuckled and looked over at the other person. That person had already lost too much blood and was on the verge of death. He was being tortured. Just before he was teleported out, he said viciously, I'll remember you, Ling Xiao. You've already offended the 10,000 kingdoms and the Celestial Dynasty, and now you dare to offend the League of Vengeance? You're dead. Idiot, Yang Qi said. I'm not even afraid of the Blood Axe Snake Clan. Why would I be afraid of the League of Vengeance? After witnessing the power of the Blood Axe Serpents and the master of the God Devil Medallion, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the 4 major powers of the Western domain were insignificant. It really was a fight between 2 rookies. In the central square, a figure suddenly flew out of the screen. It landed on the ground. You were killed too, Snakeskin? The elders of the League of Vengeance asked. They didn't recognize the Black Snake sect martial artist. What do you mean I was killed too? That guy obviously killed himself, Snakeskin said, pointing at the 7-star Sword Palace disciple who had been eliminated. What happened? The crowd asked. That's right. I killed myself. Ling Xiao was too strong. I didn't even see what happened. Snakeskin lost both of his arms. I'm only in the 9th stage of life seizing. Snakeskin couldn't even last one exchange with him. How could I possibly be a match for him? The 7-star Sword Palace disciple knew that he couldn't hide the truth, so he decided to tell the truth. Snakeskin? Is that what happened? The crowd asked. That's right. That guy was too cruel. He actually made me bleed so much that I was sent out. Although Snakeskin was helpless, he could only admit it. Our League of Vengeance has already lost 5 people. 1 was eliminated by the Dragon Shark King, and 2 by Imperial Prince Tian. We're in trouble. The various sect leaders of the League of Vengeance had ugly expressions, but the League leader was very calm. The Linglong Saintess, Tian Hai Tyranny, and Feng Fei are enough. The others are just there to make up the numbers. The 10 people sent out by the owner of the Fiend God Order will take up 10 spots. Speaking of which, our 4 factions are only fighting for 8 spots. It's already good enough that we can keep 3. What's the rush? The League of Vengeance's League leader seemed to have seen through everything. The 10 people sent out by the owner of the Fiend God Order were all 2nd-level Rebirth Divine Realm martial artists. As long as there were no accidents, they wouldn't be eliminated. Their overall strength was much stronger than the Western region's martial artists. Hearing the League leader's words, the crowd felt a little better. But there was still a question in their hearts. That arrogant Ling Xiao, how strong was his battle prowess? Chapter 3458. Follow me closely. Don't bump into the 10 people sent by the owner of the God Devil token. Those 10 guys are very troublesome. Ling Xiao saw the 10 warriors sent by the owner of the God Devil token through the Tai Chi Eye. At this moment, they were actually walking together in pairs. Each of them was at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. If the 2 of them were together, even Dark Frost would find it difficult to kill them. It was even more impossible for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would not try such an impossible battle. What he was most concerned about now was the situation of War Soul and Dark Frost. I got it. War Soul was already full of admiration for Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would not object to Ling Xiao's words. Brother Ling, can you tell me something? Can you fight with a 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist with your strongest battle strength? On the way, he could not help but ask. More or less, but I can't win in a one-on-one battle. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. After all, the difference in cultivation realm was a little far. Including the Beast Soul transformation, the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and the Tyrant martial soul, he might be able to fight with a 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. But he was definitely at a disadvantage. However, he was not afraid of a 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist now. One-on-one, he would definitely win. In the world of the dead, it was impossible to hide forever, because there were undead activities here. Once discovered, it might be a life and death battle, and the rule armor was useless. Therefore, the warriors had to keep moving to avoid those undead. Because of this, a total of 10 people had been eliminated in the 1st hour. 37 people became 27. Next, 9 more people would be eliminated, and it would be considered over. However, those who were left were all powerful people, and they were definitely not stupid. It would not be easy to kill him. Oh no, War Soul is in trouble. Suddenly, Ling Xiao saw that War Soul was in a precarious situation in the distance. He was being besieged by 2 people from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. The troublesome thing was that these 2 people were still at the life-changing realm. They were stronger than the 2 people who dealt with War Soul. At this moment, the fighting soul was already covered in injuries. Ling Xiao knew that he didn't dare to be careless, so he hurriedly sped up and rushed over. The soul warrior followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind. Just you wait, Brother Ling and the Palace Master will definitely avenge me. F***CK. In the end, he was still a step too late. The fighting soul was directly sent out. Ling Xiao heard the war soul's unwilling roar, as well as the mocking words of the two Sky Emperor Dynasty martial artists. Haha, what a joke. Let that Ling Xiao come. Since he's here, we'll just kill him. The inheritance of the Ice Emperor is ours. It was a woman who spoke. That's right. That Dark Frost is a little troublesome, but who does Ling Xiao think he is? Does he deserve to scare us? Ridiculous. The other person was a rather handsome man. The cooperation between this man and woman was indeed not bad. It seemed that they had undergone a lot of training. It was not an injustice for War Soul to lose to them. Why don't I find it funny at all? Suddenly, a cold voice came over. The man and woman from the Sky Emperor Dynasty became nervous and looked in the direction of the voice. Ling Xiao and the Soul Warrior walked over together. Ling Xiao was really unwilling to fight a battle that was originally a waste of time. But the fighting soul was eliminated by these two people. No matter what, he had to avenge the fighting soul. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When the two people saw that it was Ling Xiao who appeared, they were immediately overjoyed. Obediently hand over the inheritance of the Ice Emperor on you. We can still spare your life. Don't forget, you don't have the rule armor on you. Once you die, you'll really die. The last person who said this has already been eliminated. Ling Xiao said indifferently, originally, I didn't want to eliminate you guys because everyone is a Western region martial artist after all. But you guys eliminated the fighting soul, so I have to avenge this hatred. Do it. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Speaking of this, he looked back at the Soul Warrior and said, Don't make a move, pay attention to the surrounding movements, and be careful of the undead creatures. Ha 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 ha, everyone says that you're arrogant, and it's true. Anyway, Prince Tian said that he wants you dead. If we kill you today, it can be considered a great contribution to the Sky Emperor dynasty. In the future, we will definitely have a meteoric rise. The man suddenly laughed out loud. Although he had seen Ling Xiao's battle in the central square before, but Ling Xiao's battle was all large-scale attacks. Most of those who were killed were actually killed by the sneak attacks of the Fighting Soul and Dark Frost. They thought that Ling Xiao's support ability was only stronger. His actual combat strength was not very good. As long as they were on guard against Ling Xiao's poison and immortal fire, they didn't have to worry too much. It was also because this guy had not seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing a first-level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artist. Otherwise, he would definitely not be so confident. It's not good to talk too much nonsense. You guys come together. You're really not enough. Ling Xiao said indifferently, boasting shamelessly. Junior sister, you don't have to make a move. Watch how I, your senior brother, take care of this trash. Male martial artists would usually put in a lot of effort in front of the woman they liked. They wanted to prove that they were stronger than other male creatures. Perhaps this was the most primitive habit of human beings. Too much nonsense. Go to hell. Ling Xiao had already lost his patience and directly made the first move, only to see his figure tremble, and he already arrived in front of the man. Then, pointing out a finger, the fingertip pierced through the man's throat. The man fell to the ground on the spot and was teleported out. If not for the armor of rule, the man would definitely be dead. They were both at the heaven-seizing, fate-changing realm, but in front of Ling Xiao, this man was simply like an idiot who did not know how to fight. Not even a move was made, and he was already defeated. Ling Xiao looked at the woman coldly and said, It's your turn. You said that you would let us attack first. You went back on your word. The woman suddenly cried out, I did say that, but if you don't attack, am I supposed to wait my whole life? You're really a spoiled baby. The carefree life in the Western region has made you, the descendants of the 9 Supremes, outrageous. Ling Xiao shook his head. You'd better choose to commit suicide. In front of me, you don't have any chance. That's not necessarily true. Although I'm not your match, my movement technique is definitely better than yours. As she said this, the woman suddenly trembled and appeared hundreds of meters away. That speed was really fast. Is that it? Ling Xiao shook his head and stepped out with the blizzard ice ceiling steps. The surrounding air suddenly turned icy cold. The woman who had been speeding up to escape instantly slowed down. Is this the Ice Emperor's legacy? The woman felt bitter. This Ling Xiao was too terrifying. Even if she joined forces with her senior brother, it was impossible for them to be Ling Xiao's match. It looked like Ling Xiao had not actually unleashed his strongest combat strength in the battle in the central square. Chapter 3459. The woman from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty was slowed down by the cold aura. While she was panicking in her heart, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside her and struck out with a palm. The woman was instantly beaten to the brink of death. Then, she was teleported out. Although there's the rule armor, it's true that I'm injured here. Ling Xiao suddenly lost interest in the rule armor. After many people were seriously injured, even if they were teleported out, it would be difficult for them to escape death, because their injuries were simply too severe. Another one came out. There are still 7 eliminated spots left. In the central plaza, the moment the woman from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty appeared, she was still a little stunned. Although the rule armor had a certain healing effect on the body, but Ling Xiao's attack was simply too powerful. Even if it was just an ordinary attack, it still made her unable to recover for a long time. Was it Ling Xiao again? The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. That's right. Ling Xiao is too strong. We're not his match at all. I'm afraid only Lord Qingzhong can suppress him. That woman was already filled with fear towards Ling Xiao at this time. She was afraid that even if she met Ling Xiao again, she would not have the courage to fight. Don't worry. Ling Xiao doesn't have the rule armor. He will definitely die. Whether it's Qingzhong, Kong, or Dragon Shark King, they won't let him go. The Heavenly Emperor said while gnashing his teeth. He didn't know that behind his anger, there was also a strong jealousy. Why did a genius like Ling Xiao not belong to his Heavenly Emperor dynasty? There are still 7 spots left. That Ling Xiao won't hide, right? Right now, these people outside basically wanted Ling Xiao to die. Ling Xiao's sudden rise completely disrupted their plans, causing them to be humiliated. Just think about it. People who originally had noble status suddenly discovered that a lowly commoner had become the most outstanding person among them. Furthermore, they were all inferior. How could their mentality be balanced? Moreover, Ling Xiao eliminated 2 people from the Avenging Alliance and 2 people from the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. Coupled with the enmity with Wan Guo, it was normal for others to hate him. However, they wanted Ling Xiao to die, but they were also afraid that Ling Xiao would hide and not show himself. These people were really conflicted. No, that brat is very arrogant. He even dared to provoke the Blood Axe Serpent clan. He didn't even give face to the master of the Fiend God token. How could he possibly hide? Just wait. He will definitely come out. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth. Although no one from Tato Land had been eliminated yet, he was still worried about his daughter, the Koi King. Compared to Kong, who was at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, and the Dragon Shark King, who was at the 1st level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, the Koi King's strength could not keep up. He was definitely no match for Ling Xiao. She only hoped that Ling Xiao would be eliminated as soon as possible. That way, the Koi King would be safer. Brother Ling, what is that? Ling Xiao didn't know what the people outside thought of him. At this moment, he and the Soul Warrior had arrived outside a strange building. What is this place? Ling Xiao was also curious. I've never heard of such a building in the world of the dead. It looked like an ancient temple. The words Imperial Temple were written on it. At this time, the door of the Imperial Temple was ajar, as if someone had already entered. Imperial Temple? What Imperial Temple? Could it be related to the 8 great ancient emperors? Or is it related to the 9 supremes? The Soul Warrior muttered to himself, Don't think so much. Since you're curious, let's go in and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards the Imperial Temple. Just as they were about to step into the Imperial Temple, a figure suddenly walked out from inside. Ling Xiao immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at that person. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Koi King, Ling Xiao. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Ling Xiao was fine. He had taken a lot of advantage from the Koi King, so he didn't hate the Koi King. But the Koi King was different. The Koi King was almost killed by Ling Xiao, and the Ice Emperor's inheritance was snatched away by Ling Xiao. She must be furious. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was someone she had to kill. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The Koi King was taken aback for a moment, then smiled coldly. In her hands, there were two short knives that were as smooth as water. The short knives seemed to be made of water, and the blades seemed to be able to move. It was very strange. Soul Warrior, step back. Ling Xiao could feel the special aura of the Koi King. It seemed that the Koi King's strength had increased in this world of the dead. Although she had not broken through, her fighting strength had definitely increased a lot. The Soul Warrior nodded and retreated to the side. Ling Xiao did not leave, but looked coldly at the Koi King. I advise you not to make a move. Although I don't know what you got here to increase your strength, but you're still not my match. To be honest, I don't want to kill you. But don't force me. Ling Xiao looked at the Koi King. He had no interest in this weakling. Are you afraid? The Koi King suddenly laughed and said, You're unlucky. If we had met before, you would have killed me. But now, you don't have the chance. As she spoke, she took a step forward with her right foot, and her killing intent suddenly erupted. On the two knives, the knife momentum bloomed wildly. The two knives came together, and a cross-like killing move stabbed toward Ling Xiao. Extremely fast, extremely accurate. Ling Xiao only felt a flash of cold light, and then he felt the killing intent of death. Martial spirit? No. What is that? Ling Xiao looked at the imperial temple behind the Koi King and suddenly understood something. Soul Warrior, go to the imperial temple. I'll be right there. Ling Xiao did not intend to tangle with the Koi King. He could feel that there was a power in the Koi King's body that did not belong to her. At this time, behind the Koi King, in addition to the martial spirit, there was a strange figure. Demon spirit? Demon spirits were different from martial spirits. The martial spirit was completely controlled by the martial artist. The stronger the martial artist, the stronger the martial spirit. On the other hand, demon spirits were originally powerful undead spirits. They were only hired by the martial artist and could bestow all of their combat power to the martial artist. Demon spirits would not become stronger as the martial artist became stronger. Their strength would always be the same as when they were alive. They could not cultivate or improve. In the past, Ling Xiao had also heard that almost all martialists were possessed by demon spirits. He had never imagined that he would actually see the existence of demon spirits in the primordial divine tomb. The difference was that Yuan venerates were not considered demon spirits, as their souls were not dead. Only their physical bodies were destroyed. On the other hand, demon spirits existed with physical bodies and their souls were dead. They only relied on their instincts to fight. They were clumsy, but it would be different if they cooperated with a martial artist. In the face of the Koi King's attack, Ling Xiao was actually fighting a first-level reincarnation divine grade demon spirit. The attack speed of this demon spirit was really fast. Ling Xiao had already reacted as quickly as possible. However, the two knives still stabbed his body. Even though he had the protection of the king-grade black tortoise divine body, a cross-shaped bloody mark still appeared on his body. He felt a stinging sensation on his skin. Chapter 3460. Do you see that? This is my new power. The Koi King sneered, and her expression became ferocious. The two blades in her hands danced again, and the cold blade light flashed again. The blade was too fast. In an instant, it was already close. Ling Xiao clearly felt that he had avoided it, but he was still inexplicably hit. Seeing two more bloody marks on his body, Ling Xiao became more and more curious. The power of this demon spirit was really powerful. To be able to let a heaven-changing fate realm martial artist exert the strength of a first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Moreover, this first-level reincarnation divine realm demon spirit seemed to be much stronger than those good-for-nothings in the God Devil City. Was it because of the effect of the combination? Or was the demon spirit so powerful when she was alive? It was hard to say. But would Ling Xiao be afraid of a first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist? He finally entered the transformation state of the limitless heavenly rat beast soul. Then, the power of the Tyrant martial spirit was released. At this moment, Ling Xiao was truly attacking with all his strength. No matter what tricks you play, it's useless. You will die today. The Koi King saw the terrifying battle power released by Ling Xiao. It was the same feeling as in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. She was a little afraid, so her attack was even faster. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao quickly. The blade light was still so fast. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't bother to. He took out the Ice Age. Holding it in his hand, he waved it out crazily. The Koi King was originally attacking Ling Xiao, but she felt the terrifying energy erupting from the Ice Age. At that moment, her body movements became much slower. Damn it! The Koi King frowned and could only wave the short blade in her hand to block the Ice Age. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. The two retreated at the same time. The Koi King with the first-level reincarnation divine realm demon spirit was really not easy to deal with. This woman was a genius, much stronger than ordinary first-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to take a look inside the Emperor Temple." With the help of the Koi King's attack, he retreated into the Imperial Temple. After that, the doors to the Emperor's Temple closed with a bang. The warrior souls inside closed the door. There was a mechanism on the door of the Arch Temple, so it was easy to do this. The Koi King tried to attack the temple door, but not only was it ineffective, it was even injured. Left with no choice, the Koi King could only stop his attacks and gloomily stare at the entrance of the Imperial Temple. He was so close to being able to kill Ling Xiao. What a pity. At this moment, in the central square, everyone looked at the battle helplessly. Ling Xiao's life is really tough. But what exactly is that ancient temple? Why haven't I heard of it before? Could it be that the person who entered the world of the dead has the key item to open the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum? No matter what it is, if we enter that place, we might find something good. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao will become even stronger after he comes out. The master of the God-Devil Order said coldly, "Mo Ling, I didn't expect that even the Mo Ling would appear. It seems that the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum is not far away." The warrior souls hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he now knew that Dark Frost, Ling Xiao, and the warrior souls were not dead. As long as they were not dead, the people outside would not dare to do anything to him, nor would they do anything to him. After all, he was just a lackey. After stepping into the Emperor's temple, Ling Xiao walked forward with the warrior souls while healing his injuries. They began to explore the mysteries of the Emperor's temple. Ling Xiao believed that the Koi King could get the help of the Mo Ling. He would definitely be able to do it too. His luck had always been good. After walking for a while, the two of them saw countless memorial tablets. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. There were at least 1,000 of them. The one at the top was labeled Ancient Sword Empress. Below that were the 8 great ancient emperors. Following that were the memorial tablets of the various kings and generals. The owners of these memorial tablets were at least at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. The Mo Ling that the Koi King got previously should be one of them. The Ancient Sword Empress should be the Ancient Sword Emperor's woman. Ling Xiao thought and went to look for the Ancient Sword Emperor's memorial tablet. He realized that it did not exist. It seemed that the Ancient Sword Emperor did not set up a memorial tablet here. His memorial tablet should be in the Ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Warrior souls, see if there is a suitable Mo Ling for you. Ling Xiao said to the warrior souls and then sat down cross-legged. His soul power began to explore the memorial tablets, hoping to find a suitable Mo Ling for himself. The moment he touched the memorial tablet, there was suddenly a lot of information in Ling Xiao's mind. A Mo Ling can have 2 at most. The strength of a Mo Ling is at most 2 levels higher than a martial artist. Soul power, comprehension, and the strength of the martial soul will all affect the strength and number of Mo Ling. This information at least allowed Ling Xiao to understand why the Koi King could only get a first-level reincarnation divine realm Mo Ling. There were many powerful devil spirits, but whether or not you had the qualifications to obtain them was another matter altogether. At this time, the warrior souls must have received the same information. He did not speak, but continued to explore. His soul power could tell him which Mo Ling was most suitable for him, and which level was the most suitable for him. Just as he was exploring, The ice age on his body suddenly glowed with a strange luster. The Ice Emperor's memorial tablet also began to glow. The luster of the two items merged into one. Ling Xiao suddenly burst out with a shrill scream. It was too terrifying. That kind of power almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. Fortunately, he had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. A powerful martial soul and powerful soul power quickly suppressed this horror. When he came back to his senses, the Ice Emperor's memorial tablet had disappeared. Furthermore, he could feel that a terrifying demonic spirit had appeared in his body, the Ice Empress. The Ice Emperor's true strength is actually at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Ling Xiao had this feeling the moment he got the Ice Emperor's emoling. However, even though he had obtained such a powerful emoling, the true strength he could use was at most at the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. As his cultivation base increased, the strength of the Ice Emperor's emoling would also be further unsealed. The Ice Emperor was a martialist at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm? What level was the Ancient Sword Emperor at? Ling Xiao had never heard of a realm above the Reincarnation Divine Realm. Above the Reincarnation Divine Realm is the Reincarnation Divine Meridian Realm. From this realm onwards, one has to prepare for the next reincarnation. Both the physical body and the spirit will be strengthened. Only then will one be able to withstand the torture of the next reincarnation. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said, Reincarnation Divine Meridian Realm. This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of such a realm. It seemed like the Ancient Sword Emperor should be a powerhouse of this realm, or perhaps even stronger. You don't seem surprised? The Yuan Venerate said with a smile. There's nothing to be surprised about. The first reincarnation is extremely risky. The second reincarnation will most likely be a narrow escape. If one is not adequately prepared, I'm afraid one won't survive. The existence of these realms is more reasonable. Chapter 3461. Good lad. I didn't dare tell you this in the past because I was afraid that you would be confused. Now, it seems like I was thinking too much. You're much stronger and calmer than I thought you would be. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. All right, you've gotten the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. You've really profited this time. The Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Ice Emperor's demon spirit are actually the most perfect combination. Take your time to familiarize yourself with it. I won't disturb you any further. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and discovered that the warrior soul was still comprehending. Thus, he didn't disturb him. Instead, he sat aside and began to familiarize himself with the use of the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. He wasn't greedy. Although he could still try to obtain other demon spirits, he had to at least familiarize himself with the Ice Emperor's demon spirit first. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he was too greedy? After an unknown amount of time, perhaps an hour, the doors of the Arch Temple, which were originally closed, opened automatically. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. It seemed like the Arch Temple didn't allow martialists to stay inside. If one couldn't comprehend after a certain period of time, they could only leave. Otherwise, they might face danger. When the doors opened, the martialists outside would enter. Rustling sounds could be heard from inside. Is it a spirit? The warrior soul asked suddenly. Are you done? Yes, I came to the right place. I obtained a first-level reincarnation divine grade demon spirit. This is awesome. The warrior soul said excitedly. As long as you're happy. Ling Xiao didn't have the nerve to say that he had obtained the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. Otherwise, the warrior soul would be upset again. Oh? When Ling Xiao stepped out of the Arch Temple, he saw two people. One was the Koi King. The other was Prince Tian. Both the Koi King and Prince Tian possessed demon spirits. It seemed like there was more than one Arch Temple in the world of the dead. The things inside were probably the same. Are you here to kill me? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the two of them. He did not have the armor of laws. That would mean that he would really die, unlike other martial artists. Even if other martial artists died, they could rely on the rule armor to survive. It's good that you know. I was just waiting for you and that Soul Palace trash to come out. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. She had originally planned to wait here alone, but she considered that Ling Xiao had a helper. That was why he went to look for Prince Tian. Fortunately, He was not late. Ling Xiao had just walked out of the arch temple. I have to thank you for bringing him here. Ling Xiao pointed at Prince Tian and sneered. What do you mean? The Koi King did not understand. Don't you understand? This time, in the world of the dead, the one I want to kill the most is Prince Tian. As for you, I don't hate you that much. Ling Xiao smiled. Cut the crap. You don't hate me, but I hate you to the core. Today, you must die. The Koi King roared. Koi King, don't be angry. With me here today, he won't be able to survive. Prince Tian stood in front of the Koi King proudly. I'm your man. Naturally, I have to solve your problem for you. Thank you, but let me go first. I can't wait to eat his flesh piece by piece. If I'm not a match for him, it won't be too late for you to make a move. The Koi King said. What she wanted to do the most now was to kill Ling Xiao with her own hands. If it was someone else, she would not be able to vent her hatred. Do you really think I don't exist? Du Hun had obtained the first level of the reincarnation divine realm, and his combat strength was not inferior to the Koi King. Therefore, he wanted to participate in the battle this time. Brother Du Hun, can you give me a chance to show off? Ling Xiao looked at Du Hun and smiled. Why? You want to deal with the two of them alone? Du Hun was stunned for a moment. That's Prince Tian, who has the Sky Sword inheritance. I know, but I still want to try. If I can't even kill him, wouldn't I have no chance against King Zhong? Ling Xiao was still smiling. All right, I'll give it to you. But let's make it clear. If I see that you can't do it, I'll definitely intervene. You're the Temple Master's good brother. I definitely can't let you die. Du Hun said. No problem, but I'm afraid you won't have that chance. To be honest, I don't care about these two people. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Tian and the Koi King with strong confidence in his eyes. Stupid guy. You're so full of yourself. Koi King, don't kill him too quickly. Play with him slowly until he dies. Prince Tian was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's attitude. When Ling Xiao first entered the immemorial divine tomb, he was just a nobody. He only let him escape because he underestimated his opponent. But he did not take this kid seriously. But that time in the green zone, Ling Xiao's combat strength shocked him greatly. Today, Ling Xiao's attitude infuriated him even more. How dare a little rat look down on him? Prince Tian. Even if you don't say it, I won't let him go. The Koi King took out his dual blades again and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Don't think that you can fight against me just because you have a demon soul. You have a demon soul for a much shorter time than me. I don't believe that you can use it better than me. The Koi King walked towards Ling Xiao and said angrily. Obviously, he was also infuriated by Ling Xiao's contempt. Ling Xiao ignored him. With a wave of his hand, the water in the air condensed into a sword of ice. This was the ability he gained after obtaining the Ice Emperor's demon soul. The sword of ice was completely condensed from Ice True Yuan. It was probably even more powerful than the Ice Sovereign sword, and was close to a precious emperor weapon. Sword of True Yuan? Most people can condense a sword of True Yuan, but it's just an empty shell. It's not as good as a mortal-grade emperor weapon. The Koi King sneered and lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He flew up like a dragonfly. In an instant, he flew towards Ling Xiao. The two aqua-blue weapons flickered with a strange cold light. His speed was indeed faster than before. However, Ling Xiao was even more indifferent than before. His body instantly entered the peerless heavenly rat-beast soul transformation state. Then, the sword of ice in his hand looked like he was casually swinging it. There was no speed, nor any feeling of surging power. It felt like he was just playing. Do you think your defense can block this sword of mine? To tell you the truth, my previous two attacks were not mature enough. But this time, the attack is at least 3 times stronger than before. Can you block it? The Koi King's voice sounded. The two short blades in his hand merged into one, and his lethality increased sharply. However, Ling Xiao still casually stabbed out with his sword. The sword of ice moved forward at a very steady speed in the void. The moment it touched the opponent, the cold air suddenly exploded. The entire space seemed to have turned into an ice cave. At that moment, the Koi King's body suddenly trembled. His arms were frozen stiff. The 2 blades in his hand fell to the ground, Chapter 3462. Qi. Ling Zhao's sword pierced the Koi King's throat. It was like stabbing into a piece of tofu. The Koi King's defense was completely ineffective. How is this possible? The Koi King's body gradually turned into white light. The moment she was teleported out, she still could not believe that she was eliminated so easily. That feeling was simply like a dream. The opponent's sword was clearly so slow. How could there be such a terrifying cold sword intent? Could it be the Ice Emperor? Could it be that he obtained the Ice Emperor's devil spirit? I hope you can learn a lesson this time. Otherwise, the next time I meet you, I'm afraid the rule armor won't be able to save you. Ling Zhao's voice sounded in the Koi King's ear. The Koi King was finally completely teleported out. It was only at that moment that she suddenly understood that since the battle in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum, Ling Zhao had grown again. Moreover, the speed of his growth was simply astonishing. It had already exceeded her imagination. She was defeated. Not only was her body defeated, even her soul had been defeated. Revenge? Did she really have a chance to take revenge? In the central square, Dragon Mother's face was very ugly. On the big screen, the scene just now was clearly played out, and when the Koi King was forcibly teleported out, everything that happened on the screen was confirmed. The Koi King was defeated by Ling Zhao once again. If it was said that the Koi King had underestimated the opponent last time, then what about this time? Ling Zhao actually eliminated the Koi King so easily. What kind of terrifying extent had that kid from the 8 Immortals country grown to? No wonder this kid is so rampant. It's indeed a bit interesting. They both entered the Emperor's temple and obtained the Devil Spirit, but the improvement was completely different. The Koi King's talent is far inferior to his. The God-Devil token owner stroked his chin and smiled with interest. It's a pity that such a genius has to offend me. You killed so many people from the Blood Axe Snake Clan. There's no possibility of you surviving. No matter what, you have to die. Dragon Mother suddenly looked at the battle soul hiding in the crowd, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, his body trembled as he charged towards the war spirit. Since they were temporarily unable to find trouble with Ling Zhao, they could only vent their anger on Soul Palace. When the crowd saw Dragon Mother's behavior, some were disdainful, while some were gloating. Who asked War Soul to have a good relationship with Ling Zhao? Serves you right. It seems like there are always people who don't put me in their eyes. Dragon Mother. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Dragon Mother felt dizzy. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. She was the #1 expert of the Western regions. However, in front of the master of the Fiend God token, he was unable to withstand a single blow. If you want revenge, wait until the Divine Invitational Tournament is over. Now, if anyone dares to make a move here, don't blame me for being rude. The owner of the Fiend God token did not care who died, but he cared about his face. If someone was killed in the competition that he presided over, and it was outside of the rules, he would be punished. Then where would he put his face? Dragon Mother got up from the ground and obediently returned to the Tato Lands array. The strength of the master of the Fiend God token once again shocked everyone. Make an enemy out of such a person? Unless your brain is sick or you don't want to live anymore. Everyone looked at the big screen again. At this time, Prince Tian was facing off against Ling Zhao. One of them obtained the Sky Sword Emperor Demon Spirit, while the other obtained the Ice Emperor Demon Spirit. In terms of the strength of the Demon Spirit, there was no difference between them. However, during the battle, who was stronger would be revealed. It was the same ancient Emperor-level Demon Spirit. When Ling Zhao used it, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if he was using his own strength. However, Prince Tian was different. Every time he attacked, there would be a moment of stagnation. Obviously, there was a lack of communication between him and the Sky Sword Emperor Demon Spirit, or he could not completely control it freely. In such a battle, Prince Tian soon fell into a disadvantage. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he chose to escape. The dignified Prince Tian, is this your greatest ability? Ling Zhao ridiculed and rushed out to chase. War Soul also followed. King Zhong, save me! Prince Tian shouted as he ran away. Hmm. Following Prince Tian's shout, a terrifying aura came from afar at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, it was already nearby. Ling Xiao sighed. Anyway, Prince Tian had the armor of rules. He could not kill him. If King Zhong came and the two of them joined forces, he was afraid he would be in trouble. War Soul, let's go. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Anyway, there was still a one-on-one battle. And at that time, Prince Tian would no longer have the armor of rules. He wanted to kill Prince Tian in front of everyone. When King Zhong arrived, Ling Xiao and War Soul had already left. However, Ling Xiao's luck was not good this time. On the way, he met another powerful existence. Kong of all countries, a low-key expert who was not famous. Kong saw Ling Xiao and revealed a smile on his face. Koi was eliminated by you, right? Ling Xiao did not know how he found out, but there was nothing to deny about such things. He nodded. That's right. It's good that you admit it. Kong sneered, and a demonic eye appeared behind him. Ling Xiao had heard of his ability. He could hit the enemy 100% of the time. No matter what kind of attack, the enemy would not be able to avoid it. Of course, there was a limit to this. It must be within a kilometer. And now, the distance between the two was only 50 to 60 meters. It was just within Kang's shooting range. Haha, this time Ling Xiao is dead for sure. The Revenge Alliance, Heavenly Imperial Court, and all countries' martial artists suddenly became excited. Through the big screen, they saw Ling Xiao's encounter with Kong. Each and every one of them wanted to jump up. On the other hand, Dragon Mother's gloomy expression finally showed some joy. Can we not fight? Ling Xiao asked. No. Kong sneered. Then let's see if you can stop me. War Soul, I'll have to trouble you first. Ling Xiao directly put the War Soul into the beast ring. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to escape. After placing the War Soul, his figure flashed as he used blizzard ice sealing steps and fled into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Kong sneered, and the demonic eye behind him flickered. A powerful aura spewed out from his palm. It accurately hit Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao had tried, and it was useless no matter how hard he tried. The force seemed to be able to lock onto the enemy. No matter how he dodged, it would eventually hit him. Suction palm. With an angry roar from Kong, the force turned into a stream of water, pulling Ling Xiao's body back and flying in Kang's direction. Break for me. Ling Xiao no longer tried to escape. An explosive aura was released from his body, instantly breaking apart the stream of water. At the same time, it froze. However, Kong seemed to have expected this. He was already prepared for the next step of his attack. His figure flashed, and like a swimming fish, he appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Chapter 3463. He could feel the killing intent coming from Kong. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. A sword light exploded from his hand, and then pierced towards Kong's waist. Kill. Terrifying killing intent blossomed from Ling Xiao's body. Although there was no enemy in his eyes, his killing intent had already locked onto the enemy. Not only was this sword sudden, but it also contained a terrifying chill. In that instant, even Kong felt the chill descend, and his body's movements were clearly much slower. Ling Xiao's sword suddenly sped up. Within the domain of absolute frost, the speed of his frost sword was extremely fast. Moreover, he had already released the Ice Emperor's devil spirit. That kind of speed was not only difficult to see with the naked eye. It was as if he completely ignored the restrictions of distance. When he made his move, the sword was already at Kong's throat. Kong's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. However, he was still a second-level reincarnation God Realm martial artist, so his reaction was still extremely fast. The palm that attacked Ling Xiao was used to block Ling Xiao's ice sword. Qi. However, this sword was much stronger than he had imagined. He had reacted hastily again. His entire right palm was pierced through by the ice sword. Because it was too cold, there was actually no blood. Only the heart-wrenching pain caused Kong's expression to darken. He had never suffered at the hands of a life-sizer before. To him, a martial artist like Ling Xiao could be easily killed as long as he made a move. But this time, he had been hit. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, this sword would have pierced his throat and sent him out of the world of the dead. If he was eliminated, it would be truly humiliating. Today, you must die. In that instant, Kong exploded with anger that he had never shown before. His entire body began to change. Originally, he was completely in human form, but now, he looked 70% like a fish. The fish scales on his body shone. His battle intent completely erupted. This was the original form of the Sea Clan. However, many of them thought that the human form was more beautiful. It was also more suitable for living on land. Therefore, after coming to land, they chose to completely transform into human form. However, the Sea Clan was the Sea Clan. Once they fought to the point of forgetting themselves, they would forget everything. A terrifying murderous aura was still being emitted from his body. He punched out with both of his fists, and two terrifying streams of water turned into two flood dragons that collided with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swung his sword to block, but the sword of ice in his hand was actually shattered by Kong. The remaining power then struck his body. He was pushed back more than 10 steps. However, Ling Xiao didn't let Kong off easily. The moment the sword of ice shattered, the ice shards exploded in Kang's palm. The hand was blown to smithereens and could no longer be used. Kong did not care about his shattered palm and continued to attack. The blood fused into the water flow and condensed into a trident, which stabbed viciously toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no intention of backing down. Looks like you didn't obtain the devil spirit. If that's the case, then go to hell. After a few exchanges, Ling Xiao had already figured out Kang's background. Although Kang's cultivation was strong, he did not obtain a devil spirit. This way, Ling Xiao could control the Ice Emperor's demon spirit and possibly defeat Kong. He no longer used the Sword of Ice. Ling Xiao directly summoned the Ice Age. The Ice Age was also a mass of cold air. Then, it condensed into a two-handed greatsword. Ling Xiao held it in his hand and actually felt much more comfortable than before. It was also easier to control. This was probably the influence of the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. Kill. Facing the crazy Kong, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The Ice Age in his hand shuttled through the domain of extreme cold. Its speed was at least 2 times faster than outside the domain. Boom, kacha. Kang's trident collided with the Ice Age and was instantly frozen. Then, it shattered. At this moment, Kong finally revealed a look of fear. Demon Spirit. You actually obtained the Ice Emperor's demon spirit. No wonder you're so powerful. It's too late to know now. Ling Xiao originally didn't plan to fight Kong head-on, because no matter who won, they would consume a lot of energy. If Prince Tian and King Zhong chased after him at this time, it would be troublesome. However, this Kong insisted on killing him, so he could only passively fight. The Ice Emperor's demon spirit and the Ice Emperor's inheritance. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the Ice Emperor's reappearance. The terrifying Ice Age's sword slashed at Kong, causing him to be unable to fight back. Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. Seeing that the situation was about right, Ling Xiao actually tried to use the Ice Age to execute the Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. The moment the sword art was successfully condensed, Ling Xiao knew that his judgment was correct. The Ice Age and the Ice Supreme Sword were both Ice-type weapons. However, its grade was much higher than the Ice Supreme Sword. Although Ling Xiao was still unable to fully unleash the power of the Ice Age. However, this sword was even more terrifying than the one released by the Ice Supreme Sword. Kong turned around and fled in fear. He knew that he couldn't block this sword. However, he didn't fly far before he was kicked back by a figure. It just so happened to collide with Ling Xiao's Ice Age. The Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art completely exploded. At that moment, Kong was filled with regret. He was depressed. Why did he have to stop Ling Xiao? He didn't have to be eliminated. However, at this moment, his body had already turned into white light and flew out of the world of the dead. How could this be? Even Kong was eliminated by that Ling Xiao. How could this Ling Xiao become so strong? Many people who hated Ling Xiao felt very upset at this moment. They were filled with a sense of loss. They were also filled with fear. They originally looked down on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's strength had increased to such a level. They finally began to revere him. At this moment, among the warriors of the Western region, the only ones who could truly pose a threat to Ling Xiao were Dragon Mother and the leader of the Avenging Alliance. Even a martial artist at the second level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm might not be his match if he didn't obtain the demon spirit. How could this be? The Heavenly King gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more unlikely it would be for him to obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. How many people are left to be eliminated? There's only one left. While everyone was talking, many battles were still going on in the world of the dead. Out of the 10 people sent by the owner of the Fiend God Order, 3 had been eliminated. Only 7 people were left. 2 of them were killed by Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny. It was obvious that those 2 had obtained the demon spirit, and their fighting strength had soared. One had Fairy Linglong's demon spirit, while the other had Emperor Yan's demon spirit. The other person was killed by Dark Frost. There were still 12 people left from the Western region. 2 from Soul Hall, Dark Frost, and Soul Battle. 3 from 8 Immortals Country, Ling Xiao, Little Jean, and Cold Plum. 3 from the Avenging Alliance, Feng Fei, Tian Hai Tyranny, and Linglong Saintus. 1 from 10,000 Countries, Dragon Shark King. 2 from Celestial Dynasty, Imperial Prince Tian, Duke of Zhong, and Long Chun. Out of the remaining 19 people, 1 had to be eliminated. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't end. However, there were still many battles going on at the same time. Someone could be eliminated at any time. Chapter 3464. Little girl, you're here? The one who kicked and Kong over was Dark Frost. I heard princes shout that day. I guessed that you were here, so I came over. Dark Frost smiled. Palace Master. Do-hun was also released from Ling Xiao's beast ring. He said excitedly, I don't know what the situation is like now, but we're lucky to have 2 people left in our soul hall. That's right. The 10 guys sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order are too strange. Not only are they strong, but 7 of them have already obtained the Devil Soul. Dark Frost sighed. While the 3 of them were talking, Prince Tian and King Zhong had already left quietly. Originally, Prince Tian and King Zhong had come to take revenge, but when they saw Dark Frost present, they did not dare to talk about revenge. The 2 of them might not be able to defeat Dark Frost alone. At this moment, somewhere on the battlefield, the Dragon Shark King was facing 2 experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order alone. It seemed that he had been forced into a corner. However, there was not the slightest worry on his face. His eyes were filled with confidence. After experiencing the battle with Ling Xiao, he understood his flaws. After that, he obtained the 7-star Battle Emperor's inheritance. He even found the 7-star Battle Emperor's Devil Soul in the world of the dead. His combat strength had greatly increased. 1 against 2, it was very troublesome. However, it did not mean that there was no chance of winning. This chance of winning was the other party's underestimation of him. He had reached a point where he could no longer retreat. One of the opponents suddenly attacked, and he was finally alone. Although this so-called alone was actually just a distance of more than 10 meters. However, to the Dragon Shark King, this was his only chance, and it was also the chance he had been waiting for. A saber suddenly appeared and pierced through that person's body. That person turned into a white light and was teleported out. 7-star saber. This is the weapon left behind by the 7-star Battle Emperor. It's a weapon of the same level as the Ice Age. The Dragon Shark King had used it to eliminate one of the experts sent by the owner of the God and Devil Order. At this point, the final list of the 18 people was finally out. No matter who continued to fight, it would be considered a violation of the rules and would be removed from the promotion list. It seems to be over? Ling Xiao saw a circle of light appear under Dark Frost and Do-hun's feet. He knew that this should be a sign that they were about to be teleported out. There was no circle of light under his feet. It was probably because he didn't have any armor of rules, so he had to walk out of the portal himself. Helplessly, this was the only way. You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up with you soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he fled in the direction he had come from. After walking for about 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. The reason for that was because a door had appeared not too far away from him. Outside the door were 9 weapons, the weapons used by the 9 Supremes in the past. Inside that door, there was an aura that made people yearn for it. He wanted to walk over and open the door. However, the door gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao frowned. What he could confirm was that this door did not exist when he came here. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a dot on the map of the divine tomb of the western regions began to flicker. After zooming in, this was the location of the world of the dead. It seems that this map of the western region is indeed related to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum, but I don't know what the connection is. Maybe I'll have to wait until I enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum to find out. Ling Xiao looked around. A chilly wind blew, and suddenly, many departed spirits appeared. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rushed out of the portal and arrived at the central square. When he arrived at the central square, there were already many people gathered there. Those who were eliminated and those who advanced were all there. However, Ling Xiao found that everyone's expression was not very good. What's going on? Ling Xiao walked up to Dark Frost and asked. The owner of the God and Devil Order suddenly announced a change in the rules. The 6 people he sent out will directly get 6 opportunities to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. The 12 people from the western region will have to fight. The remaining 6 people will have the opportunity to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. These 6 people will fight again. In the end, the first place can invite 3 people to enter the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. The second place can invite 2 people. The third place can only invite 1 person. This person must be chosen from the Western region martial artists. Dark Frost explained. It sounds very complicated. In any case, it was originally a dispensable battle, but now it has become a battle that must be fought? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, that's the principle. Dark Frost sighed and said, the owner of the God and Devil Order is really capricious. It can't be helped. He's stronger. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's do as he says first. In any case, he won't not give us a chance, because he still wants us to bring out the ancient sword emperor's inheritance and give it to him. Everyone, listen up. In the second round of battle, you can kill or cripple your opponent's cultivation. The battle will end when the opponent is killed or falls out of the ring. You are not allowed to admit defeat during the battle. Of course, you can choose to jump out of the ring yourself. A woman standing beside the owner of the God and Devil Order said loudly, will people die? Hearing this, the people from the various major forces of the Western region frowned. If you're afraid of death, then don't participate and just forfeit. In any case, only the strong can obtain the inheritance in the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. It's a waste of time for trash to enter. The owner of the God and Devil Order sneered. It was naturally impossible for anyone to forfeit. At this point, everyone wanted to try their luck. Moreover, they could still jump out of the ring and admit defeat. It was not like they would definitely die. All right, since no one forfeits, then prepare to draw lots. The first battle will be between martial artists who draw the same number. The owner of the God and Devil Order waved his hand lazily. Naturally, someone prepared a box. There was a slip of paper with numbers written on it. This box was obviously made from a special item. Even some martial artists with secret techniques or eye techniques could not see through it. However, Ling Xiao tried to use the Tai Chi eye and found that although this thing was magical, it was still unable to block his Tai Chi eye. It seemed that the eye technique brewed from the Sky Tyrant martial soul really exceeded the restrictions of some rules. As long as I don't draw Dark Frost, it'll be fine. If Ling Xiao drew Dark Frost, he would definitely be no match for her, but he was unwilling to let Dark Frost admit defeat. Thus, he could only cheat. As for drawing someone else, he didn't care. He didn't fear anyone. Before the drawing of lots began, everyone was discussing the upcoming battle. That Ling Xiao is really terrifyingly strong. He's only at the life-changing realm, but he actually killed Kong. That's a second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny didn't lose to him either. They also killed a second-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist. There's also the Dragon Shark King. This time's battle is really confusing. Originally, we thought they were strong, but they're just silver spears. Chapter 3465. The silver spear that everyone was talking about was naturally referring to Prince Tian. This caused Prince Tian's face to become extremely gloomy. In the past, he was dazzling and was regarded as the #1 genius of the Western region. Only the Dragon Shark King was worthy of being compared to him. But now, he had become the target of everyone's ridicule. This was intolerable. He looked at Ling Xiao and thought that the instigator of all this was Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be ridiculed like this. Just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Prince Tian gritted his teeth. His confidence came from the resources of the Heavenly Emperor dynasty. He had been in the heaven-seizing fate, changing realm for some time. And the Battle of the 12 People would definitely not start today. He had to seize the last opportunity. Even if he had to take a risk once, he had to make a breakthrough. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the first level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, coupled with the Sky Sword Emperor Moling, who would be my opponent? Even that Dark Frost might not be able to defeat me. Prince Tian gritted his teeth and temporarily suppressed his anger in his heart. Not only did Prince Tian hate Ling Xiao to the bone, Dragon Mother was the same. The Koi King was eliminated, and Kong was eliminated. Their myriad kingdom only had the Dragon Shark King left. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Mother without fear and sneered. "Old woman, why are you staring at me? Even if you fancy me, I don't fancy a big fat fish like you." He could feel the killing intent in Dragon Mother's eyes. But would he be afraid? He could feel that he was about to break through to the Reincarnation Divine Realm. At that time, with the help of the Ice Emperor Moling, even Dragon Mother could be destroyed. Dragon Mother's attempt to intimidate him was a waste of effort. Remember, those who offend me will never be able to walk out of this immemorial divine tomb alive. Dragon Mother gritted her teeth and said. At this time, she really didn't dare to do anything other than threatening. First, Dark Frost was beside Ling Xiao. Secondly, she had already been taught a lesson by the Master of the God and Devil Order, so she wouldn't forget her lesson. However, she would bury this hatred in the bottom of her heart and wait until the Gods and Devils Invitational Tournament was over to settle the score. Hee, I still advise you not to act recklessly. Although the Koi King and Kong had been eliminated, they were not dead. If you want to kill me, I can guarantee that your Tato land will disappear from the map. Ling Xiao sneered. Just as Dragon Mother was about to say something, the voice of the God and Devil Order's owner came from the other side. All of you, shut up and start drawing lots. No one dared to defy his authority. This guy was a truly terrifying existence. Just the release of his aura was enough to make Dragon Mother fall to the ground. If he really went berserk, who knew how terrifying it would be? 12 people lined up and waited for the drawing of lots. The rules had been stated before. There were 6 numbers in the box, and whoever got the same number would be the opponent. I'll go first. The Linglong Saintess walked up and was the first one to draw lots. Number 2. She read out the numbers. He didn't seem to care who he was fighting. There probably weren't many people who wanted to meet her. Next, Feng Fei and Tian Hai Tyranny both drew lots. One was number 1 and the other was number 3. So far, there was still no match. The martial artists of the Celestial Dynasty followed behind to draw lots. Long Chun was the first to go up and drew number 4. There was still no match. Prince Tian was the next to draw his number. Number 4. Hearing this number, everyone was stunned. The first pair of opponents appeared, but they didn't expect it to be an internal battle of the Celestial Dynasty. Prince Tian glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You got lucky. But don't worry, we'll have a chance to meet again. I just hope you won't be eliminated early." He thought it was an easy draw for him to meet Long Chun, because Long Chun was his pet and would definitely admit defeat. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. It seemed like he didn't need to do anything. Prince Tian might not be Long Chen's opponent. They both had the ancient emperor's legacy. They both had the ancient emperor's devil soul. Moreover, their cultivation levels were the same. Ling Xiao trusted Long Chen more. Just take care of yourself. Don't fail miserably at such an easy task. Ling Xiao smiled, unconcerned. The third to draw lots was Duke Zhong. Number 6. Just like before, only pairs of fighters appeared. But no one was in a hurry. After all, there were only 6 numbers. The closer it got, the more matches there would be. After the Celestial Dynasty drew lots, the Dragon Shark King went up as well. Number 5. Odd number again. Everyone was disappointed. But by now, all the numbers had been drawn. Following that, every time a lot was drawn, a battle would take place. Everyone's mood rose again. Number 1. Lung Mei was the one who drew lots. By now, Cold Plum had already emerged from the mountain river world. In addition to the tremendous change in his temperament, his strength had also skyrocketed. But she had concealed her aura, so no one could sense it. Even the owner of the Divine Devil token couldn't sense Cold Plum's true cultivation level. Who's this person? Why haven't I seen her before? Everyone was confused. I'm one of the participants from the 8 Immortals country, Ling Xiao said simply. There was no need for unnecessary explanations. So it's you. Cold Plum looked towards Feng Fei, her opponent this time. Back on the White Tiger continent, she was no match for Feng Fei in that top-level match. But this time, she was filled with confidence. I hope you don't lose too early, or else it'll be boring. Feng Fei smiled. Hee. Cold Plum smiled and returned to Ling Xiao's side. Seeing Ling Xiao with a big beauty and a little beauty, many people were jealous. At the same time, a small golden bird flew towards the drawing lots. Number 3. No way. The demon beast can draw lots too? Everyone was even more confused. Demon beasts have intelligence too. Why can't they? The owner of the Divine Devil token said simply, I actually hope that my opponent is Ling Xiao, and not a bird like you. Tian High Tyranny was disappointed to see Little Gold. Little Gold ignored him and returned to the beast ring to continue cultivating. Drawing lots was just a small interlude for him. Next, it's my turn, right? Ling Xiao walked onto the stage. Everyone became nervous. Some wanted to fight with him, while others wanted to avoid him. Number 5. Very good. The Dragon Shark King spoke. The grudge between Ling Xiao and Wan Guo was too great. The one he wanted to fight the most was Ling Xiao. I think it's good too. Ling Xiao smiled and walked off the stage. Then Dark Frost and Do Hun went up to draw lots. Dark Frost drew Linglong Saintus, while Do Hun drew Duke Zhong. Everyone looked at Linglong Saintus and Do Hun sympathetically, because they felt that they had no hope. All right, the drawing of lots is over. Go back and rest today. Tomorrow, the duel will begin. After the owner of the Divine Devil token announced the duel time, he disappeared from his seat. Chapter 3466. Since everything was fine, everyone returned to their respective residences. When Ling Xiao and the others returned, they noticed that a Blood Axe snake clan was monitoring them. It was as if they were afraid that they would run away. Ling Xiao was very unhappy with this kind of monitoring. He directly killed the Blood Axe snake clan's martial artist who was monitoring them. Anyway, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that the Blood Axe snake clan would dare to send someone to monitor them. If someone really came, he would still kill them. Back at their residence, Cold Plum and Xiao Jin still went to cultivate. The rest of the people had a small meeting. Of course, the most important thing was to target Ling Xiao's opponent, the Dragon Shark King. Brother Ling Xiao, you must not underestimate the enemy. The Dragon Shark King's talent is already very terrifying. Plus, he has the inheritance of the 7-star War Emperor and the Demon Spirit. This time, he will definitely become your formidable opponent. I know, I have never underestimated him, but to be honest, he is not my opponent. Ling Xiao said confidently. Although I also believe in Brother Ling Xiao, there is a 7-star war body in the inheritance of the 7-star War Emperor, which belongs to the intermediate king level war body. There is also a set of movement technique, which belongs to the elementary king level 7-star Dipper Step. If you ask me, the 7-star Dipper Step is probably more powerful than many intermediate king level movement techniques. In addition, he is now the only hope of the myriad countries, so Dragon Mother will definitely help him improve his strength as much as possible during this period of time. There are still a few hours before the start of tomorrow's battle. Everything may change, so you have to be prepared. I understand, The 7-star War Emperor's inheritance is really special, but it doesn't matter. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. In fact, for me, the biggest problem now is not this battle. It is how to deal with the God Devil Token's owner. His purpose is very clear. That is, to let us help him take out the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, and then seize it. Although everyone knows, no one dares to resist and can only do as he wants. I don't want to make a wedding dress for someone else. After working so hard, I have to give it away. All right, you're quite far-sighted. However, everything has to be done step by step. Dark Frost smiled bitterly. Little girl, don't worry. I said that nothing will happen, so nothing will happen. Ling Xiao rubbed Dark Frost's hair and said, "Thank you for the information. I'll think about how to deal with the Dragon Shark King." All right then, I won't disturb you anymore. Dark Frost, the warrior souls, and the warrior souls left. Wait a moment. Let the war spirit follow me to the world of the dead. Ling Xiao suddenly said, War Soul probably didn't get the devil spirit. If it encounters a battle in the future, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous. Also, Xiao Jin and Cold Plum didn't get the devil soul. The world of the dead can only be opened by the owner of the God and devil token, right? Dark Frost frowned. Don't worry, that place is nothing to me. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, everyone went to the world of the dead together. In fact, the way to enter the world of the dead was very simple. Either you have powerful strength and can forcefully open the portal, or you know how to set up arrays. Ling Xiao obviously belonged to the latter. After entering the world of the dead, they went to the temple and began to comprehend. Ling Xiao treated the undead in the world of the dead as his training partner and began to fight crazily. The next day came quickly. Everyone appeared at the exit of the world of the dead. I didn't expect Long Chun to get the Dragon Emperor Devil Soul. Cold Plum is even more terrifying. She actually got the ancient Sword Emperor Devil Soul. Ling Xiao was a little emotional. He was now more and more curious about Cold Plum's background. Master, no matter what my identity is, I will always be Master's follower. Cold Plum couldn't help but say when she saw Ling Xiao's confused look. Cold Plum, I've said it a long time ago. We are not master and servant, but friends. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Master, do you hate Cold Plum? Cold Plum's face suddenly changed. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. You can call me whatever you like. Let's go. Everyone should set off. Our destination is the central square. Ling Xiao didn't intend to correct her. Anyway, it was enough for him to treat Cold Plum as a friend in his heart. When everyone arrived at the central square, the martial artists of the other forces had already arrived. Coupled with the audience from the Divine Devil City, the scene was very grand. He was almost completely surrounded. Perhaps to those martial artists from the Divine Devil City, we are still noobs after all. Do Hun said with a wry smile, then do your best. Let the people of the Divine Devil City see that the martial artists of the Western region are not noobs. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This long battle was not only about whether they could enter the immemorial Imperial Mausoleum, but also a battle of dignity. Ling Xiao's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. This guy had become too famous recently. He had killed at least tens of thousands of people from the Blood Axe Snake Clan, and even killed the daughter of the Blood Axe Snake Clan's patriarch. And he even dared to talk back to the Divine Devil Order's owner. Just these 2 points alone were enough to make him infamous. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't care about being infamous. He had always done things with a clear conscience and only followed his heart. Their mouths were on other people's bodies. What other people wanted to say was their business. He just needed to do his own thing well. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao with a flicker in his eyes. Fear, anger, and a little complicated. However, the way Prince Tian looked at Ling Xiao was filled with hatred. And today, Ling Xiao found that Prince Tian's situation was a little strange. He actually broke through in one night? Damn, a big force is a big force. Their resources are really terrifying. But Long Chun seems to have broken through too. Hee, the Sky Emperor dynasty has set up such a strong enemy for me. I wonder if he will die of anger when he finds out the result? Ling Xiao smiled, feeling happy for Long Chun. At this moment, Long Chun was fine. He had used his soul power to check Long Chen's body, but there was nothing controlling him. This meant that King Zhong's thoughts were all on him, and he didn't have the mood to care about Long Chen. This was for the best. Long Chen, I'll leave that trash Prince Tian to you. Is that okay? Ling Xiao secretly transmitted. Don't worry, boss. I've been waiting for this day. That grandson actually dared to treat me like a pet. I'll beat him up so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Long Chen had been holding it in for a long time. Finally, he could vent it all out today. He was overjoyed. Idiot. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Prince Tian's voice rang out, probably because he saw Ling Xiao's smug smile. Nothing. I just feel that some idiots are going to suffer today. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're talking about yourself, right? I really hope you can defeat the Dragon Shark King. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Prince Tian appeared to be very confident. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.